From the mountains of Nepal to the streets of New York, from the villages of Africa to the cities of Europe, voices of young people are rising. Different backgrounds, different journey, different accents, yet united by one belief. The future we want must be built in dignity, equality, and sustainability. Look around you. This is more than a gathering. It is a convergence of ideas, of cultures, of vision from every corner of the globe. In a world moving so faster than ever before, the voices of young are not just the echoes, they are the sound of the future being written today. And here, in this hall, under the emblem of United Nations, we gathered not just to discuss, but to decide. With a million of young people still facing poverty, discrimination, and exclusion, we stand at a very critical moment. And it is very clear that human rights and sustainable development are two sides of the same coin. The 2030 Agenda reminds us that without respect and protection for basic rights, our shared future remains out of reach. Today marks the fifth chapter of a journey built on a single belief that youth are not the leaders of tomorrow, but the changemakers of now. From human rights to sustainable development, from local communities to global movements, every voice here carries the power to shape what comes next. They say, the best way to predict the future is to create it. And this is what brings us together today. If not us, then who? If not now, then when? I come from Nepal, a country where the mountain teaches resilience and the river teaches to keep moving forward. That spirit is what drives me today. My passion for communication and youth engagement has taken me from media platforms to global stages like this one, because I believe our voices matter and together they can shape the world we want to see. Today, I stand here not as the master of your ceremony, but as a passionate advocate for youth-led action advancing human rights and the SDGs. My name is Sakshi Lamsal, and it is my absolute honor to be a host for this remarkable gathering. Last year, in this very building, something extraordinary was born. A spirit of unity, a chorus of young voices, and a shared dream for a better world. The fourth International Youth Forum gave us more than a conversation. It gave us a bold blueprint. And today, we stand here again, not as the same people who walked in then, but as a stronger, more determined family ready to carry that dream even further. As we step into the fifth edition of this global forum, our theme speaks louder than ever, empowering youth for a just, inclusive, and sustainable future. This is not just a discussion. It is a declaration that youth are not waiting for change, we are creating it. And where better to hold this transformative conversation than Bangkok, Thailand, a city that beautifully blends heritage with progress, a city that mirrors the harmony we hope to see in our world. Before we begin, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Sustainable Development Council, our global partners, and the United Nations for making this stage possible. A stage where the fifth International Youth Forum on Human Rights and SDGs, organized by the Sustainable Development Council, brings together voices from over 62 countries united to shape a just, inclusive, and sustainable future. We are privileged to be joined by the representative of intergovernmental organization, human rights advocates, and leader in sustainable development. I extend a heartfelt welcome to our honorable ambassadors, keynote speakers, and panelists, whose wisdom and vision will guide us through this session. Ladies and gentlemen, this is more than a forum. This is where the moments are born. This is where the change begins. Welcome to IYF 5.0, the 5th International Youth Forum on Human Rights and Sustainable Development Goals. As we set the stage for the 5th International Youth Forum, we turn to a leader whose own story is a proof that one young voice can spark change that echoes far beyond borders. Mr. Rahul KC, co-founder of this forum, has carried the lesson of his childhood through every step of his journey. In his early years, growing up during Nepal's civil conflict, he witnessed what happens when rights are denied and what strength emerges when communities refuse to give up. At just 12, he connected with Youth for Human Rights International, igniting a lifelong commitment that has carried him from local classrooms to global platforms like this. It is my privilege to invite Mr. Rahul KC to deliver his opening remarks and officially welcome us into this year's forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Rahul KC on the stage, please.
Thank you, Ms. Sakshi Lamsal. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends. It is an honor to welcome you to the 5th International Youth Forum here at the United Nations Conference Center in Bangkok. This is the second time we have the privilege of gathering in this place, a place that has witnessed global decisions, and now the raising voice of youth from every corner of the world. This year, we are joined by participants from 62 countries, representing the rich culture, perceptions, and lived experiences. Among us are diplomats, ambassadors, policymakers, civil society leaders, and aspiring youth change makers. Each of us bringing unique sight and tireless commitment for justice, inclusion, and sustainability. To all of you, again, welcome. Your presence there is not just a symbolic, it's a motivation. Because when voices from every corner of the globe come together, we won't just exchange ideas, we shape the future. Dear changemakers, when we started International Youth Forum back in 2017, it was just a handful of us. We were young, idealistic, and determined to create a space where youth could speak truth to power. We didn't have big budget. We didn't have global reach. What we had was a belief that young people deserve more than tokenism. Believe that we are not just the future, we are the present. And that ideas, our energy, and our life experience, it really matters. Since then, the forum has grown into a platform connecting youth from 110 countries. We have hosted dialogues, shaped policy conversations, and built a community that stands for justice, inclusion, and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, we gather under the theme, Empowering Youth for a Just, Inclusive, and Sustainable Future. It's a theme that reflects not just our aspiration, but our reality. Because in 2025, young people are navigating a world of deep contradiction. We are more connected than ever, but more polarized. We are more informed, yet often heard very less. We are leading movement, but we are still fighting for the space. Friends, let's take a moment to reflect on the scale of our generation. Today, nearly half of the world population is unpopulation. But many of us face high unemployment and underemployment, unequal access to the education and digital tools, mental health challenges and climate anxiety, shrinking civic places and political inclusion, exclusion. And yet, still, we youth are leading. We are leading from climate strike to peace building. We are leading from tech innovation to grassroots organizing. We are not waiting for the permission. We are creating change. Dear Excellencies and colleagues, the United Nations Charter mentioned human rights 7 times. Back in 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights gave those words meaning. But in 2025, the picture is deeply complex. Over 70 countries faces democratic backsliding, and freedom of expression is under the threat in more than 50 countries. Gender-based violence, digital suppression, and shrinking civic spaces continue across the region. At the same time, world is witnessing over 30 active conflicts, from Ukraine to Gaza, to Sudan, Myanmar, and the Sahel region in Africa. Those war has claimed over 230,000 lives, displaced millions, and destabilized entire region. Conflict doesn't just destroy infrastructure, ladies and gentlemen. It ruins our trust. Also, most importantly, it weakens the progress of sustainable development goals. Democracy, peace building, and protecting human rights. Human rights indicators reflect this urgency. While access to education and digital right has been expanded in some areas, repression of dissent and misuse of technology continue to undermine fundamental freedoms. These indicators are not just a number. They are a call to the action. Because when rights are denied and peace is broken, it's always us, the young people, the marginalized, the voiceless, who bear the heaviest cost. Dear friends, we are halfway through the 2030 agenda, 10 years into the Sustainable Development Goals. We have seen transformative changes. Global poverty has declined. Access to education and healthcare has expanded. Internet connectivity has increased over by 70%. Yet, only 35% of sustainable development goal targets are currently on track. Climate disruption, conflict, youth unemployment, and funding fragility continue to obstruct progress at the scale needed. Today, we stand at a critical midpoint, and the message is clear. Now, we should accelerate the action. We should enhance partnership and ensure that no community is left behind. Dear colleagues and dear changemakers, in this forum, we are not just here to talk. We are here to act. This forum is a space for intergeneration collaboration. Also, this year, we are marking 30 years of the World Program of Action for Youth, which is initiated by United Nations. Also, this space is for youth-led innovation, where bold ideas meet real-world impact. This is the space for policy influence, where your voices shape global agendas. I remember moderating a panel in Nepal. There was a young girl, she asked me, Mr. KC, if human rights are universal, why do I feel invisible? This question still haunts in my mind, because it reminds me that our work is not about theory, it's about people, and making sure no one feels invisible. So today, I invite you all to bring your full self into this space, share your stories, challenge assumptions, build bridges, and remember, always we are better together. Not only just as a youth, but as a global community. We are united by hope, courage, and action. And finally, friends, before I close, I would like to thank our special supporter, SRM Group, GRT Group, Conan College, also our host city, Bangkok, and thank you, United Nations Conference Center, for providing this wonderful, magnificent venue. And friends, I hope you'll take some time after this forum to explore this beautiful country. Thailand has much more to offer. I hope you have a great experience and you carry a bit of its spirit with you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in change. And thank you for being part of this journey. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you, Mr. Rahul KC, for starting off with such a clarity and conviction, and also for reminding that leadership is not about titles, it's about courage, persistence, and purpose. And now we turn to another driving force behind this forum, a leader whose work has reached far beyond borders. Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu, co-founder of the International Youth Forum, began his journey with United Nations through the My World 2015 survey for UNDP India, a milestone that helped shape the Sustainable Development Goals and 2030 Agenda. He went to serve as Asia-Pacific advocate for My World 2030, taking the SDG vision to communities across the region and inspiring youth to see themselves as catalysts for change. As co-founder of this forum and chairman of the Sustainable Development Council, he has led initiatives that unite people, idea, and action to create a sustainable and inclusive future. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu to share his opening remarks on the stage, please.
So, very good morning. So, uh, this is a part of our dream to see young minds and youth leaders from across the world to join us. In the year 2017, myself and my friend Rahul KC, we had a discussion. We need to create a platform for the youth where they can express themselves freely, beyond the borders. And I'm not sure whether you believe it or not, that discussion was made in the time, early morning, 3 o'clock. And the next day we had flight around 5. So we finished the initial discussion to create a platform. After 7 days, I got a call from a friend. So when we are going? And I said, we can go this year. So what will be the name? That's the name, is the reason behind we are here. And that's the International Youth Forum. It's been several years we found this. We have passed over many things. We passed many hurdles, and we fought within us for making this forum possible many times. So it was very emotional to see you guys again and again. Because I can see alumni of IYF here. And I feel like we are doing something for the youth empowerment. So this is from my heart. And so I would like to formally open my speech. Dear Excellencies, distinguished guests, partners, and dear young friends, it is my profound honor and deepest joy to welcome each and every one of you for the 5th International Youth Forum here at the United Nations Conference Center, Bangkok. When we began this journey in 2017, the dream was simple but bold. To create a space where the young people from across the world could come together, not just to listen, not just to hope, but to act. Not just to imagine, but to transform. Today, as I look around this hall, I see the realization of that dream. And this is more than a forum, and it's a movement. It is a living proof that when youth rise, the world rises with them. Friends, we live in a time of the extraordinary challenges where the climate change threatens our very environment, conflict divides us into communities, inequality silences too many voices, and technology advances at lightning speed, but yet too often outspaces our ethics and humanity. But within these challenges lies our greatest opportunity. The history tells us every generation faces these trials. And it also tells us that is always the courage of the young that shift the course of the history. Every great movement, whether for the freedom, for the justice, for the equality, and for the innovation, was carried forward by the young people who dared to believe tomorrow could be better than today. And here you are, gathered from every corner of the globe, ready to write the next chapter of that story. Too often we hear the phrase, youth are the leaders of tomorrow. But let me say clearly today, you are not the leaders of tomorrow, you are the leaders of today. The climate crisis will not wait for tomorrow. Fight for equality cannot delay to tomorrow. The quest for the peace must begin today. The Sustainable Development Goals, the blueprint for the better world, require an urgent action now. And it is your generation, your energy, your innovation, your compassion that will drive this urgency forward. So that not wait for a permission to lead. Do not wait for titles or position to create the change. Lead from where you are. With that, you have with the courage in your heart. This year, IWIFE is not merely another conference. It's a global platform of voices. It's a laboratory of ideas. And it's a launchpad of the solutions. Over the next 2 days, you'll engage with diplomats, scholars, innovators, leaders, but most importantly, you engage with each other. And this diversity lies our strength. We come from different cultures, different languages, different faith, different background, yet here we are united by a single purpose to build a just and inclusive and sustainable world. Unity does not mean uniformity. Our diversity is not a barrier, it's a treasure. When many perspectives converge, the most powerful solutions emerge. My dear young friends, leadership is not easy. It's not about standing on the podium, but it's about standing in the frame in values. And it's not only about speaking loudly, but listening deeply. It is not about seeking power, it's about serving with a purpose. I urge you to be bold in your vision, be compassionate in your action, be a dreamer, but also a doer. Do not be afraid of failure, because failure is not an opposite of success. It's a pathway to the success. Courage is not an absence of fear. Courage is a determination to even when fear exists. And each one of you carries with you that courage, the courage to challenge injustice, to question status of quo, and to build a bridge where others build walls. Never underestimate the power of one individual. One voice can spark the conversation. One idea can ignite the innovation. One act of kindness can transform many people's life. That's why we are here. But when these one come together, when one voice joins other, when one idea connects with others, when one act and kindness inspires others, it's a chain of kindnesses. So that is when the movement are born, the revolutions are sparked, the histories are rewritten. As I said before, You are here to write your own story for creating a better future. And that is exactly what I see here today. Hundreds of young voices, thousands of ideas, countless acts of hope coming together not as an isolated individual, but as a united force for the good. As we begin this forum, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to the sustainable development and the human rights. Let us remember one of these goals are not abstract target. They are about real people, real lives, and real future. They are about the child who deserve education, the family that deserve dignity, and the community that deserve peace, and the planet that deserve protection. Every discussion we have here, every partnership we form, every commitment, what we must be measured, not in words, but in impact. The world is watching, but more importantly, the world is waiting for us to act. So I close. Let me leave with you my message. No doubt on your power. Do not underestimate your worth. Do not silence your voice. You are the generation that can turn disappear into hope, divisions into unity, and challenges into opportunity. The future is not written in stone. It's written in your hand, your mind, and your heart. Let this forum be a spark that lights your journey. And when you leave this hall, you may carry not just memories, but the missions, not the contexts, but the commitments, not just inspiration, but actions. Together, let's not only imagine the better future, together, let's build it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramu, for leaving us not only with insight, but a renewed sense of responsibility. We deeply value your vision, your action, and your unwavering support. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ravi Pashamuthu, Chair of the International Youth Forum in 2025 and the Chairman of SRM Group, was scheduled to deliver a presidential address today with us. Unfortunately, he fell ill yesterday and couldn't join with us. So we wish him a very speedy recovery and express our gratitude for his unwavering support. Moving forward, one of the most significant roles in the United Nations when it comes to championing the rights, needs, and aspirations of young people worldwide. As Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs, he ensures that voices of youth are not just heard, but placed at the center of global decision-making. Today, we have the honor of watching a special video message which shares special message that promises to challenge, motivate, and empower us all. Please join me as we now play a special video message from Mr. Philippe Paulier, Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs, United Nations. May we have the video, please?
Dear colleagues, dear friends, it is a pleasure to join you for the opening of the 5th International Youth Forum in Bangkok. To all the young leaders gathered here, I commend you. This forum is more than just an event. It is a space for solidarity, for shared purpose, and for collective action. And at a time when the world faces urgent and interconnected challenges, from the climate crisis to inequality, to threats to peace and justice, your voices, your leadership, and your determination are needed more than ever. The United Nations Youth Office was created because we believe that young people are not just part of the solution. You are essential to driving solutions. Around the world, we see youth stepping up in every corner of society, organizing for climate justice, defending human rights, innovating for more inclusive economies, and leading change within your communities. This forum reflects the power of what happens when youth come together, across borders, backgrounds, and beliefs, united by a shared commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals and to a better future for all. It also reminds us of a fundamental truth. When young people are included, when young people are supported and trusted, our societies are more resilient, our societies are more equitable, and they are more prepared to meet the challenges of tomorrow. So let this forum be a moment not only of inspiration, but of action. So share your ideas, build partnerships, and challenge assumptions. And live here knowing that your generation is not waiting in the wings. You are shaping the future right now. The UN Youth Office stands with you, and I look forward to seeing how the connections, the ideas, and the energy here in Bangkok will ripple outward to your communities, to your countries, and to the world. So thank you and congratulations on this important gathering.
Thank you, Mr. Philippe Paulier, for a stirring and visionary video that truly elevates the role of youth on the stage. Let us honor his vision and leadership with a big round of applause one more time. Our next speaker stands at the forefront of global human rights education, having transformed the vision into a worldwide youth movement. Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, president and founder of Youth for Human Rights International, launched this initiative in 2001 out of a conviction that profound change must begin with awareness. Under her stewardship, Youth for Human Rights has grown into a global force, reaching millions of young people through hundreds of chapters in over 100 countries. Her leadership has produced tangible results in Costa Rica and Chiapas, Mexico. Human rights education became mandatory in schools. In Colombia's armed forces saw a 96% drop in violations after YHRI trained over 200K military personnel. And through initiatives like the United Music Video and 30 animated public services, UHRI has made the Universal Declaration of Human Rights accessible and compelling, whether on stadium screens, in classrooms, or public spaces. Today, we have the honor of hearing from an individual whose vision has empowered a generation with knowledge and courage to claim and protect their human rights. Before I invite Dr. Mary Shuttleworth to the stage, let us first take a look at a short intro video. May we have the video, please? Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, President of Youth for Human Rights International, on the stage, please.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, and precious youth. First, let's congratulate Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu. Where are you? Where is he? Dr. Ramu, all right. And Mr. Rahul KC, right here. Yes. For this 5th International Youth Forum and the work that you are doing to encourage, inform, and inspire our precious youth delegates from around the world. Thank you. I would also like to thank Dr. Ravi Pachamuthu, right? I'm sorry, forgive my pronunciation. Chairman of the SRM group. Let's give him a big hand and thank him for his support. Thank you, sir. Mr. Vikram Kota, CEO of GRT, thank you very much for your support. Mr. Jose Charles Martin, Chairman of the Charles Group, thank you for your support. As a founder and president of a nonprofit organization, I just want to again thank you, because we work as nonprofits from the heart, but it is only because of support from individuals and groups and organizations like yourselves that it is possible for us to do the work from the heart. So let's again give them another round of applause. It is an honor to join this conversation on empowering our precious youth, upholding rights, and building sustainability. Some 80 years ago, from the ashes of World War II, a handful of countries got together and decided, never again. We want peace. But my friends, is it ever possible to have peace without human rights? I was born and raised in a country where discrimination was the law and enforced by law. Apartheid, South Africa. Believe me, I saw firsthand the devastating effects of discrimination and lack of basic human rights. So yes, that is the passion that has led me since becoming a teacher and knowing the value of education. I'm a teacher. The value of simply making sure that every student everywhere, every precious youth everywhere knows not only that there are 30 universal human rights as declared by the United Nations some 77 years ago, but these are the same human rights for children everywhere. And that's why you see this crazy lady flying to these crazy hours. And somebody asked me, where do you live? And I said, up there. And that's why I travel, because I believe in meeting individuals, caring individuals, ministers of education, ministers of justice, ministers of youth, pretty much anybody who will speak to me, teachers, orphanages, everywhere. I believe with simple message, you have the same human rights here as everywhere. And I have seen lives changed by just a little young boy, 10 years old, who went to school that morning, determined to take his own life. But because one volunteer went and spent 1 hour in that classroom and taught just a few of our Youth for Human Rights videos and lessons, the end of that lesson, that boy stood proud. And he said, never again. And he decided, instead of taking his own life, that he would report those bullies, because you know why? Because he has the same human rights as those old bullies there. So that was a changed life, simply, I'm a teacher, simply because he got the knowledge, he really understood that he has 30 human rights. However, if we are to realize the promise of the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 77 years old now, it must be through the everyday lives of citizens, their neighborhoods, schools, workplaces, and local institutions. At the heart of this effort lies knowledge and education. I told you, I'm a teacher. Knowing our rights and teaching them forms the foundation of empowerment. What about building sustainability? SDG 4, quality education, reminds us that civic education is not just about textbooks. It's about enabling citizens to question, to participate, and to hold institutions accountable. Informed citizens are resilient. They are capable of shaping cities that reflect justice, equality, and dignity. Now, I've had the wonderful privilege of meeting many students. And, well, as a teacher, I know. For example, the student wants an education. Oh, yes, absolutely, give me that education. I want that education because, you know, I've got to have that education. But the student doesn't want to do their responsibility. So this is the way I teach human rights to those wonderful, precious students sitting in the classroom. Are you interested? Are you interested? Good. So to me, human rights are interconnected. One can't single out, I want the education, but, well, I don't want to do that part over there. So to me, human rights are like a bicycle wheel with 29 spokes to that wheel. The right to an education, the right to a nationality, the right not to be discriminated against by those old bullies, etc., etc. But there's one human right that to me is like the hub in that middle of that wheel. And I have never yet seen a bicycle work that doesn't have the hub. You can have 1,000 spokes, but they're all just going to flounder around, right? You have to have that hub in the middle. So what is that hub that makes human rights work for us? Article 29, our duties, our responsibility toward each other. If we want the education, we got to do that homework if we like it or not. Every single one of those 29 human rights go back to our own personal responsibilities. So human rights, as I said, are interconnected. Knowledge must be connected also to law and governance. SDG 16 highlights that strong institutions are those rooted in rights-based governance and legal accountability. When municipal laws, policies, and planning processes integrate human rights principles, that's where justice is not just an abstract, but practiced daily. This requires education, education, education. I told you, I'm a teacher. Training local officials, strengthening community legal aid, and ensuring the local governance aligns with the commitments of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And let me say, having traveled to so many countries, that this is a process. Again, I'm a teacher. I'm an impatient, patient teacher. It is not possible for a student when they start school to write the final exam. That's not real. You have to be willing to build slowly, to make one step and the next step and the next improvement and the next improvement, challenge yourself to constantly be more and bigger, right? It is not possible. Human rights are not like a Band-Aid you can just put on and that's it. Apartheid South Africa took 50 years to turn over those laws. 50 years, 50 years. That's a long time. But we made it. We made it. It doesn't matter how long it took us. So yes, human rights take time. You want an education, it takes time. You want to handle those bullies, you've got to handle them slowly. Can't just punch them back, although you might feel like it. Okay, equality, equally important is inclusion. SDG 10, reduced inequalities, calls us to design policies that reach those too often excluded: persons with disabilities, women, youth, and marginalized communities. Inclusion is not only about access to services, it's about participation in decision-making. And that's why I'm so proud to be here and participate in this important forum that you created. The United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights was written as a global vision, like a lighthouse for ships out in the storms. It was never said to be, you have to be perfect overnight. But it's a lighthouse that can be used to build constitutions, to build local laws, for local law enforcement. As you heard, we train law enforcement, police officers. Rahul has done quite a bit of that himself. So it's a lighthouse, it's a vision, it's the goal we want. So the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights was written as a global vision, but it comes to life in local streets, classrooms, and councils by educating citizens, education, 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 grounding governance in legal accountability and fostering inclusion. We can transform human rights not just as ideals, but lived realities. Before I say anything else, Dr. Ramu, let's give him a hand. All right. So let us leave here committed to make human rights local, actionable, and inclusive through education, law, and governance, so that we, each one of us, become beacons of dignity, justice, and peace. Thank you. I need my hug.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, for that invigorating and substantial address. Your leadership, rooted in personal experience and steadfast conviction, has nurtured a global network educating millions on the human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in expressing our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Mary Shuttleworth one more time. We will now move to a distinguished segment of our program, where esteemed ambassadors from around the world will share their valuable insights and perspective. Representing a nation with a vibrant cultural heritage and a strong commitment to human rights, Mexico plays a vital role in strengthening global youth dialogue. We eagerly look forward to hearing Her Excellency's valuable insights today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Ms. Elsa Lilian Ferrer Silva, Ambassador of the United Mexican States to the Kingdom of Thailand, to the stage, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for your patience. I'm healing with an injured foot, so I had to walk up slowly. But this is such an exciting morning. Very, very important. Mr. Rahul KC, thank you so much. Dr. Ramu, you're wonderful. And Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, always inspiring words. We met last year. Distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, and inspiring, most importantly, very inspiring young leaders. They told me this morning, you're going to be speaking at UNSCAP to the youth forum, and your speech should be inspiring. I said, no, it's the contrary. They will be inspiring me. So I would like to start by really expressing my sincere appreciation to the International Youth Forum, organizing committee for their kind invitation, obviously, and to address you on this occasion. It is an honor to address you today at this very, very important forum focused on such a relevant matter as the role of youth empowerment in the constitution of a sustainable and a just future for all. We meet here today in Bangkok at a time where the world faces unprecedented challenges. And sometimes, or many times, it is quite depressing, right? Often I turn off the news even because we hear about climate change, inequality, conflict, and the erosion of human rights, just to name some of the most pressing issues. Nevertheless, we also stand at a threshold of extraordinary opportunity. That's how I like to see it. When we face challenges, we should see them as opportunities. Around the globe, young people are not only demanding change, they are leading it. You are leading it. As former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon once said, young people are not only our future, they are our present. Young people with energy, with imagination and new perspectives are looking all over the world for innovative ways to approach and solve the great challenges we are facing today as humanity. And they are not only looking all over the world for innovative ways to approach and solve the great challenges that we face today, but they are also doing it with extraordinary resilience, courage, purpose, and activism. I have 2 kids at the University of California, and I know that for a fact. Mexico recognizes this transformative power of youth. Our national commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is rooted in the belief that inclusive, participatory leadership is essential to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. From climate action to gender equality, from quality education to decent work, we are investing in policies that place young people at the center of development. After electing in Mexico in 2024, our first female president in over 200 years of independent history, Mexico has placed particular emphasis on gender equality as a transversal approach to driving our efforts to guide our positions in multilateral fora and to close our nation's development gaps, to fight inequality, to fight poverty, in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. Mexico has also strengthened its national legal frameworks, and this is so important for those of you that are considering studying law. Legal action is so crucial and fundamental. So we are strengthening our national legal frameworks to protect and promote human rights, especially for women, children, youth, indigenous communities that for so long have been forgotten, and marginalized groups. We are expanding access to education, to digital connectivity, and green jobs. After all, Our first woman president is a PhD environmental scientist and a phenomenal leader, ensuring that young people are equipped not only to thrive, but to lead in the fast-paced changing era we are living in. So those of you that are not environmentalists, including myself, in our CV, if we're not engineers or scientists, it doesn't matter. We're humanitarians, but we should all include in our CVs being activists. Internationally, Mexico continues to champion multilateral cooperation, and multilateralism today has taken on a very, very special and heightened importance for obvious reasons that we are all aware of. We work hand in hand with the United Nations, with regional organizations like yourselves, UNSCAP, and civil society to advance human rights and sustainable development. Through initiatives like the Youth Peace Builders Program of the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations and the UN Youth Delegate Program, we reaffirm our belief that global challenges require global solutions and that youth must be part of every conversation. So, as we said, to begin the work of this forum, you, the young delegates here today, remember always, always, always remember that your courage, your creativity, your intelligence, and conviction are shaping a better world where sustainability is not just about protecting the planet, but also about protecting dignity, justice, and hope for our future. Let us walk forward together with purpose, with partnership, and with unwavering belief, an unwavering belief that a sustainable and just future is not only possible, but a real, real achievement. Because of you, our young leaders gathered here today, you are leading the way. And again, thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your valuable participation and insights. Your presence today enriches our collective efforts and dialogue. May I now invite the organizing committee to kindly present a token of appreciation to Her Excellency Ms. Elsa Lilian Ferrer Silva, Ambassador of the United Mexican States to the Kingdom of Thailand. To do the honors, may I call upon President of Youth for Human Rights International, Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, on the stage, please. Representing a nation that breezes east and west, Azerbaijan has long stood as a beacon of cultural heritage and regional cooperation. We eagerly look forward to hearing His Excellency inspiring insights. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to invite you to join me in warmly welcoming His Excellency Mr. Elchin Raghuv Oglu Basirov, Ambassador of the Republic of Azerbaijan to the Kingdom of the Thailand, to the stage, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, young leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It's a distinct honor and privilege to address you today as a distinguished guest of honor at this remarkable gathering, the 5th International Youth Forum. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the organizers of this forum for creating such a vibrant space where the voices of youth resonate across continents united in purpose, driven by the justice, inclusion, and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, Azerbaijan's vision for youth empowerment is deeply rooted in its national identity and future-oriented policies. Our journey towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is not merely a policy pathway, it's a generational mission. Under the leadership of His Excellency President Ilham Aliyev, youth development and the advancement of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, have become national priorities, reflected at the highest level of governance. President Aliyev has continuously emphasized the importance of nurturing youth potential, creating enabling environment for innovation, and ensuring youth are not only beneficiaries, but also architects of our shared development. Azerbaijan's commitment to the SDGs is fully embedded in our long-term national strategy, Azerbaijan 2030, which named national priorities for socio-economic development. Among the 5 keys national priorities, the pillar of competitive human capital and modern innovation space directly addresses the central role of youth in shaping a resilient and inclusive future. Through investments in education, technology, entrepreneurship, and civic engagement, we aim to foster a generation that is equipped, empowered, and ethically grounded. Distinguished delegates, I am proud to share that Azerbaijan stands among the most committed nations in SDG transparency and implementation. In 2024, we became the first country in the UN ESCAP region, one of the 5 globally, to have presented 4 voluntary national reviews as a high-level political forum. Most importantly, youth were not just mentioned in these reports, they were contributors. Our VNR reflects a broad participatory model that includes civil society, academia, private sector, and especially youth voices, reinforcing our belief that meaningful development must be co-created, not top-down. Over the past 2 decades, guided by the development strategy of Azerbaijan Youth 2015-25, the government of Azerbaijan has worked in close partnership with various UN bodies, fostering international mechanisms to ensure young people have a say in policies that affect our lives and future. Together, we have created a platform for active youth engagement in global policy debates, from sustainable development to climate negotiations. These platforms are not ceremonial. They are functional instruments for inclusion. In 2018, Azerbaijan pioneered a transformative initiative, the SDGs Young Ambassadors Program, the first of its kind in Caucasus. Since then, 34 young ambassadors across 2 cohorts have been appointed, each symbolically representing one of the 17 SDGs. These young people are not only local champions of sustainable development, but have also been served as global advocates, engaging with international institutions, universities, and policy dialogues. Azerbaijan's commitment to youth empowerment is also strongly visible in our climate leadership. In 2024, President Ilham Aliyev declared the Green World Solidarity Year, affirming Azerbaijan's strong position in global climate action, culminating in our role as a host of COP29. It was the first time in history of COP Azerbaijan Youth launched a dedicated youth house pavilion, a space entirely led by young people from design to delivery. In conclusion, allow me to reaffirm Azerbaijan's commitment to empowering youth as key agents of sustainable development and peace. Through inclusive policies, strategic partnership, and youth-led innovation, we continue to advance the goals of 2030 Agenda. Let us move forward together, united in purpose, guided by youth, and committed to building a more just, inclusive, and sustainable future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for honoring us with your presence today. We sincerely appreciate your thoughtful contribution and support. May I now kindly invite the organizing committee to kindly present a token of appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Elchin Oglu Basirov, Ambassador of the Republic of Azerbaijan to the Kingdom of Thailand. To do the honors, may I call upon Co-founder of International Youth Forum, Mr. Rahul KC, on the stage, please. Representing a country with millennia of history and a key voice in a regional peace, her insights are invaluable to our discussion today. We are privileged to have Her Excellency with us and eagerly await her thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Her Excellency Mrs. Hala Yusuf Ahmed Raghav, Ambassador of Egypt to the Kingdom of Thailand, to the stage, please.
Good morning, everyone. Let's begin with introducing myself. I'm the ambassador of Egypt. I'm coming from a country that is yearning and working tirelessly for peace and security and coexistence in its region for decades now. A very vital reason for this struggle and for these tireless efforts that we have been exerting for 45 years now in the Middle East is the youth and the generations to come, the generations of the future, to guarantee their rights, the future of living together peacefully and in prosperity for all of them across the region without big life challenges or borders or hinders in their way to flourish and to develop. Distinguished guests, fellow ambassadors, the power of the present and the change makers of the future. I stand before you today with pride and the optimism to share with you all the story of Egypt's youth, the heartbeat of our nation and driving force for the future, for our future. Even though you may come from different countries and cultures of the world, I believe the journey of young people are deeply connected, full of energy, and filled in with desire to learn and to innovate, with hopes for a better future for tomorrow. Over the past years, we have witnessed an inspiring transformation in the role of young Egyptians, who today are not only participants, but leaders, innovators, visionaries, shaping the destiny of our country. Egypt is a home of one of the youngest populations in the world, with more than 60% of its population under the age of 35, and opportunities for them to lead. The country has made great strides in achieving actual empowerment of youth, which has appeared and become clear in assuming a large number of them, youth, leadership positions at the level of government, governorates, and parliamentary councils. Additionally, the government continues to expand on its initiative, Be an Ambassador for a Sustainable Development, symbolizes Egypt's unwavering commitment to sustainable development and youth empowerment and gender equality. As the nation strides towards realizing its ambitious goals, initiatives like Be an Ambassador serve as a beacon of driving force, hope, and positive change, and fostering a brighter future for generations to come. Through the national youth conferences and inclusive dialogue platforms, young Egyptians now sit face to face with decision makers. Their ideas are not just heard, but translated into real policies that shapes Egypt's development agenda. This new spirit of dialogue has turned the energy of youth into a national asset. Egypt believes in turning ambition into reality. That is why our government has expanded partnership program, entrepreneurship programs, startup incubators, and financing schemes that help young Egyptians transform their ideas into business, jobs, solutions for the society. Every youth project is not only an economic step forward, but also a spark of inspiration for generations to come. From arts and sports to voluntary to community work, Egyptian youth are leading cultural and social renewal. They are carrying forward Egypt's proud heritage while creating fresh space for creativity. Egyptian youth are not only shaping the future at home, but also making their mark internationally, whether in the United Nations, the African Union, the regional forums, the Arab League, and the Mediterranean forums. And Egyptians are contributing to global discussions on peace, development, and sustainability, proving that they are citizens of the world as much as of Egypt. Finally, from a heart of a mother for two young ladies in their late 20s, I wish you all, the youth here in the room and everywhere, as brilliant and promising future as I wish to my own daughters. Thank you very much for hosting me.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your inspiring presence today. We truly appreciate your valuable contribution. May I now invite the organizing committee to kindly present a token of appreciation to Her Excellency Mrs. Hala Yusuf Ahmed Ragab, Ambassador of the Arab Republic of Egypt to the Kingdom of Thailand. To do the honor, may I kindly request Dr. Dashinamurthy Ramu, co-founder of International Youth Forum and Sustainable Development Council, on the stage, please. All right, may I kindly call upon Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, President of Youth for Human Rights International, to do the honor on the stage, please. Our land's steadfast commitment to building, peace building, and human rights serves as a shining example of hope for youth worldwide. We look forward to hearing His Excellency's valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming His Excellency Mr. Patrick Bourne, Ambassador of our land to the Kingdom of Thailand, to the stage, please.
Good morning, everybody. Dia Yiv, Sawadee Krap, Salam Alaikum, Namaste. It's a great pleasure and an honor to be with you here as the Ambassador of Ireland to the Kingdom of Thailand at this great gathering. And it's wonderful to see this event expanding. I was here last year. We were in the smaller hall. It's great to know that the number of delegates this year has increased to 1,200. The number of countries represented increased to 62, and it shows the commitment and the interest in this great initiative. And congratulations to the co-founders, congratulations to the sponsors, congratulations to everybody involved. It's something to be really proud of. And that's going to be a kind of a theme of my brief remarks today is pride and also some shame. I think there's a lot to be proud of in terms of how we have all collectively, I think, empowered youth, how we have all committed to the Sustainable Development Goals, how we've committed to human rights over the 77 years since the Universal Charter was adopted, as Mary reminded us earlier. But we still got a long way to go. And as we also heard, we're only one third of the Sustainable Development Goals on target with 4 years to go to the deadline. And I agree with much of what earlier speakers said, including Rahul and Ramu and Mary. But I would disagree with one thing Mary said. I don't think we can be patient. I don't think we can just wait for things to happen or give it time. And I'm sure that's not what she said, and I'm misrepresenting her. But we have to be impatient. We have to, I think, continue to have that spirit of activism. We have to continue to demand. We have to continue to want results and want them urgently, because there is still a lot to be ashamed of in the world. I think it's a shame that we have so many active conflicts, as we were reminded of yesterday. I think it's a shame that more than 7,000 children have died in Palestine at the hands of the Israeli Defense Forces. I think it's a shame that children were massacred and taken as hostages by Hamas. I think it's a shame that children are dying every day in Ukraine at the hands of Russian aggression, and children are dying in Sudan and Yemen and elsewhere in conflicts that must be brought to an end. So we must commit ourselves first and foremost for all of humanity, including and especially for the youth, to the cause of peace in the world. And the greatest tool and the greatest instrument we have to protect peace in the world is our multilateral rules-based order, the United Nations Charter and the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. And that is under threat, I think, in the modern world and in today's world, in the year 2025, more than it ever has been in the past. So I think the first and the most important thing we should all do is recommit ourselves to multilateralism, recommit ourselves to the United Nations, recommit ourselves to the instruments of peace, of human rights, and of social, economic development that have benefited so many over the last 80 years, and that includes, of course, the Sustainable Development Goals. Ireland's very proud to have played a role in that through our membership of the United Nations, through the role of individual people like Mary Robinson, through our role wearing blue helmets and being peacekeepers. There have been Irish troops or police on active peacekeeping duty every single day of every year since 1961, and that's something we're incredibly proud of. Yet wars continue, yet peace continues to be fragile everywhere we go. Ireland, along with Kenya, co-chaired the process that led to the development of the Sustainable Goals. We are incredibly strongly committed to them, but it's such a challenge to make it happen. And there are so many obstacles and there are so many problems, but we have to keep recommitting ourselves to making it happen and making it work. And that really is, I think, the most important message of all. I've got a couple of other messages from Ireland, from our experiences and from what we do. The first one is the importance of data in order to inform proper analysis. We cannot address the problems facing youth or the problems facing any other segment of our community unless we collect the data. And we live in a world where data is in abundance. We talk about big data all the time. Private sector has recognized the value and the monetary value of data, but sometimes government and state agencies and public policy makers have not. And we need to do that. We need to do that better in order to identify where the challenges are that still need to be met. We're trying to do that in Ireland. We have done a lot of surveying, we've done a lot of census work, we've done a lot of data collection over recent years, specifically as regards challenges facing youth, and it's been incredibly valuable. But data alone is not enough. You also need the qualitative experience. So we've also engaged in a very intense process of stakeholder consultation with young people. So between the data, between the consultations, what have we discovered? Well, we've discovered in Ireland that by and large, and maybe it's not surprising because we're a relatively wealthy, Western European country, by and large, things are doing okay. We have made great progress in terms of achieving empowerment of youth, achieving access to health services, achieving access to education services, and things are going well. I'm very proud of the fact that Ireland is now well on target in terms of its objective of achieving universal free GP care for children up to the age of 18. We began that for newborns up to 2 years old. We extended to 5 years old. We extended to 8 years old. We continue to extend that, and we're hoping to achieve that target very soon. We've also achieved great progress in terms of education. And one thing I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with Mary on earlier is the importance of education, education, education. That really is the key to development. It's the key to achieving human rights. It's the key to achieving empowerment. It's incredibly important. Ireland, historically a poor agrarian country, had relatively low levels of access to education and poor attainment levels up until, well, into my lifetime. I'm a child of the late 1960s, early 1970s. The average school leaving age in Ireland when I was a primary school and a secondary school student was about 14 years. Now that's gone up to over 20 years. And I'm incredibly proud that in May of 2025, Ireland was recorded as the most educated country in the world, with 52.4% of our population having a bachelor's level degree, a third level degree or better, which I think is an extraordinary achievement. And I hope we can encourage others to do the same, and we can get that target even higher. But there are still problems. There are still things to be ashamed of amongst all the pride in Ireland. And this was identified from those consultations and from that data, and it led to the adoption last year of a new government strategy for youth and young people and children called Young Ireland. And it continues with the emphasis and the work to achieve optimal outcomes in relation to education, in relation to health, in relation to fitness and the battle against obesity and all the challenges that I think we face in many countries all over the world. But it pays special attention to the challenge areas and to the vulnerabilities that still remain. And I was really struck when reading about this that there are areas that were identified by youth delegates at this conference last year, and again, they're ones that we're all facing. The first of them, of course, is the continuation of child poverty and child exclusion and youth access to employment and skills and so forth. And that is going to be a major focus now of the Irish government's approach and strategies going forward. The second is access to or addressing mental health concerns that are a growing, I think, pandemic in our society today, particularly since COVID. I think there are great issues in relation to mental health for young people all over the world. We're noticing that in Ireland. We're trebling the level of resources being put into addressing and engaging with mental health issues for young people. And there's also problems that have been identified by young people themselves in relation to access to housing, in relation to other areas of public service that we're adopting. One that's very close to my own heart as a person with a disability, with a visual impairment, is the whole issue of services for people with disabilities and for minorities and vulnerable communities. And that, again, is something where there are people being left behind, despite our commitment not to leave anyone behind, and where we need to do better. So still causes of shame and still things that we need to do better on. The plan can't work without good governance. So the Irish government has established a specific cabinet subcommittee for children and young people, including the Ministers for Education, the Minister for Health, and chaired by the Prime Minister, to make sure that this is not just a plan that stays on paper, but this is implemented, this is mainstreamed throughout the system, and this is something that is very, very results-oriented. That mechanism is supported by a national advisory council for children and youth made up of representatives of the National Youth Council of Ireland, of the health sector, of the cultural sector, and some of the other sectors, to ensure that a lens related to youth, a lens related to the challenges facing youth, LGBT youth, so many other youth communities is front and centre when legislation is being developed in Ireland and when legislation is being amended in Ireland. And that is further supported by a parliamentary committee, especially dedicated to youth, and by a National Youth Assembly in Ireland, which is an extraordinary body made up of 12 to 24-year-olds from all over the country, selected and nominated by youth councils in every town and village throughout the country, which meets to discuss future government plans, government programmes, and has a very strong say right from the inception point into how that legislation is developed. They have a special focus on the issues facing rural youth, special focus on climate change, and a special focus now, which I think is hugely important, on artificial intelligence and the challenges that poses for us in the future. So I think a very important, good mechanism that we think will address these problems in the future. There's also, of course, this is not something we can do in a vacuum and something we can do on our own domestically. There's a strong international dimension to Ireland's approach and Ireland's analysis of this subject. We are part of the European Union, and we engage at a youth-to-youth level across the European Union, at a policymaker level across the European Union. and we are doing our best to strengthen that European Union youth engagement in terms of European youth events and so much more. And of course, the United Nations and other multilateral fora are a great help to us in that regard as well. We learn a lot from sending our youth delegates to the United Nations. We learn a lot from engaging in fora such as this, which is why I'm so proud to be here today. I think this is a magnificent forum. It's one of the highlights of the year for me. I wish you well over the next 2 days, and I look forward to the outcomes, and I look forward to coming back again next year. Gormila Mahagav. Thank you very much. Kaplan Krab.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your thoughtful address and for being part of this forum. May I now kindly invite the organizing committee to present a token of appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Patrick Byrne, Ambassador of Ireland to the Kingdom of Thailand. To do the honor, may I call upon Mr. Rahul KC on the stage, please. Representing the Kingdom of Thailand, a nation admired for its commitment to social progress, human security, and inclusive development, she stands at the forefront of advancing these values, and it is an honor to have her with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Mrs. Jatuporn Rosana Parnich, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Social Development and Human Security, Kingdom of Thailand, to the stage, please.
Excellency Mr. Rahul KC, Dr. Ramu, co-founder International Youth Forum, Ambassador, distinguished guests, dear youth leaders from across the world. Sawadee ka. It is a great honor for me, on behalf of the Ministry of Social Development and Human Security of Thailand, to welcome you to the International Youth Forum 2025 here in Bangkok. Under the theme Empowering Youth for the Just, Inclusive and Sustainable Future, I would like to take this opportunity to send a message to all youth delegates. Your presence shows that youth leadership is not only a promise for the future, but a necessity for today. As we are all aware, we live in extraordinary times. Some countries face aging population faster than system can adapt, while others have a youth majority ready to drive change. Rising geopolitical tensions, economic uncertainty, and the climate crisis challenge the very foundation of life. The challenges are here and demanding action. History shows young people don't stand aside. They lead and drive change. Youth leadership is unique because you not only imagine the better world, you all have the potential, the energy, and the courage to build it. This special forum is more than a meeting. It is a platform to share ideas, push each other to think bigger, and ignite solutions that can reshape our communities, our nations, and our world. Here in Thailand, youth voices are central to decision-making. Through the Youth Council in Thailand, more than 8,000 councils at all administrative levels engage over 150,000 young people, ensuring their ideas influence policy and program nationwide. Thailand has also launched 5x5 Let's Turn the Tide policy, a national strategy addressing demographic change while empowering youth as the key drivers of society. It recognized that youth empowerment is not preparing for the future, it's enabling young people to lead change today. Our efforts align with Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs, but progress depends on youth leadership. True change happens when young people are not only participants, but active partners. In the end, platform and policy only work when young people are part of the process, not just invited, but trusted and empowered. Your actions, your ideas, your passion, your dedication are what will drive global transformation forward. We all stand ready to work together, to learn from shared experiences, and to co-create impactful solutions, especially for youth, so they can reach their full potential and become active global citizens. I thank the organizing committee and above all, each of you, the youth leaders, gathered here. The world needs your leadership now. Together, we can build a better, a brighter future for all that is inclusive, sustainable, and united. With this spirit, I wish this forum every success and hope it will be the place where everyone can share, learn, and enjoy. I thank you. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you, Madam Deputy Permanent Secretary, for your valid presence and your inspiring word. May I now call upon the organizing committee to kindly present a token of appreciation, Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu, to do the honors for Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Social Development and Human Security, Kingdom of Thailand, Mrs. Jatupon Rosana Parnich. To do the honor, may I call upon Mr. Rahul KC on the stage, please. Representing a country with a vibrant youth population actively engaged in peace and sustainable development, we are eager to hear the Excellency empowering insights today. Please welcome Her Excellency Ms. Rukhjana Afzal, Ambassador of Islamic Republic of Pakistan to the Kingdom of Thailand, to the stage, please.
Honorable Mr. Rahul KC, co-founder International Youth Forum and President Youth for Human Rights, Nepal. Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu, co-founder International Youth Forum and Chairman Sustainable Development Council. Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, President Youth for Human Rights International. Distinguished delegates, fellow ambassadors, UN representatives, and young leaders. Good morning, Assalamu alaikum, and Sawadika. What a tremendous honor it is to stand before such a dynamic gathering of minds full of ideas, hearts full of passion and spirits ready to lead. I bring you greetings from the people of Pakistan, where more than 2/3 of our population is under the age of 30, and where youth are not just seen as the future, but as the heartbeat of our present. This forum is more than a conference. It is indeed a powerful movement. It brings together voices from over 90 countries, uniting us across continents and cultures under a shared dream, a more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable world. That dream is embedded in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And Pakistan is proud to contribute to that global vision by empowering our youth, not only with promises, but with platforms, politics, and policies to shape the change. Let me begin with a simple truth. Young people in Pakistan are leading the real change. We have made a conscious decision to put youth at the heart of our national development. A key example is the Prime Minister's Youth Council, a high-level advisory body made up entirely of young leaders representing every province, every background, and every identity. This isn't symbolic. These young minds sit at the same table as policymakers, shaping decisions on the education, employment, innovation, and climate action. They are helping redefine what inclusive governance looks like in the 21st century. Because we believe if you want youth to own the future, you must let them build it today. In this rapidly evolving world, we asked ourselves, what kind of future are we preparing our young people for? And our answer was bold investment in education, skills, and digital inclusion. Through large-scale scholarship programs, we have enabled thousands of students, many from underserved areas, to study in top universities at home and abroad. Our e-Rozgar initiative is taking tens of thousands of young people in freelancing, app development, content creation, and more. And through digital youth hubs, we are connecting youth to internships, mentorships, job markets, and funding opportunities at their fingertips. As a result, Pakistani youth is among the top 5 freelancers in the world. They are not waiting for jobs, they are creating them. Economic empowerment lies at the core of lasting change. That's why our Prime Minister's youth program is more than just a funding scheme. It's a movement to support youth-led startups, promote innovation, and create dignified employment. From small-scale agribusinesses in rural Sindh to tech ventures in Islamabad, young entrepreneurs are building solutions rooted in their communities. With access to interest-free loans, skill certification, and paid internships, we are giving young Pakistanis the tool to shape their own future. This September, we will launch the first National Youth Games, a platform that brings together young athletes from across Pakistan, promoting unity, talent, and national pride. It's about building not just champions, but leaders. Friends, climate change is not a future threat for us, it's a present reality, and our people know it. That's why thousands have stepped up, from climate clubs in schools that are planting trees and cleaning rivers, to national forums like Local Conference of Youth, Pakistan, where over 1,000 youth helped shape climate policies through direct dialogue with the government. In rural Pakistan, young girls are leading community adaptation programs, proving that climate leadership knows no gender or age. They are not waiting for instructions, they are leading, innovating, and mobilizing at the grassroots. Their courage is lighting the path forward. A message for the young leaders present here today. To the young people in this hall and those watching around the world, I would like to say, you are not just the leaders of tomorrow. You are already leading in classrooms, on climate frontline, in digital spaces, and in your own communities. Pakistan stands ready to collaborate with the governments, civil society, and especially with youth networks across the world. Let's exchange ideas, let's share platforms, let's support each other's growth, because when young people lead, the world changes for the better. Shukriya, thank you, and Khapkhun Kha. I wish you all an inspiring, action-driven, and memorable forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for sharing your valuable insight with us today. Now, may I now invite Dr. Mary Shuttleworth to kindly present a token of appreciation to Her Excellency Ms. Rukhsana Afzal, Ambassador of Islamic Republic of Pakistan to the Kingdom of Thailand. Representing the vibrant and diverse nation of Bangladesh, known for its rich cultural heritage and dynamic progress in social inclusion, climate action, and youth engagement, it stands as a global example. We eagerly await His Excellency address valuable insights with us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming His Excellency Mr. Fayyaz Murshid Qazi, Ambassador of Bangladesh to the Kingdom of Thailand, to the stage, please. Moving forward, we will continue that session a bit later. Representing Sweden's deeply committed development cooperation, we are privileged to hear from a leader at the nexus of diplomacy and development innovation. Her Excellency Ms. Anna Maria Oltorp, Counselor and the Head of Development Cooperation Section at the Embassy of Sweden in Bangkok, guides ambitious programs from nurturing human rights and peace education across Southeast Asia through the SAPE initiative to strengthening ecosystem stewardship under the Core Environment Program in the Greater Mekong sub-region. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Ms. Anna Maria Oltorp to the stage, please.
Okay. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and representatives of youth in all your diversity, good morning. It's a great honor for me to stand here before you at the 5th International Youth Forum, a space that celebrates the power, passion, and potential of young people across the globe. Sweden's commitment to youth empowerment is unwavering. We believe that young people are not just the leaders of tomorrow, you are the changemakers of today. Your voices and relentless pursuit of justice and sustainability are essential to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. For Sweden, youth participation is not a symbolic gesture. It is a cornerstone of our national and international policy. Our approach to the 2030 Agenda is rooted in inclusion, equity, and the principle of leaving no one behind. We recognize that the inclusion of children and young people must reflect the diversity of our populations and be grounded in the rights of the young people. A society that does not place young people's participation at its core risks designing policies that overlook the perspectives of a crucial part of the population. Youth must be included at all levels of decision-making, not as objects of development, but as subjects, not in the future, but in the present. With only 5 years or less remaining to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, the emergency to speed up the work towards Agenda 2030 is clear. Young people's involvement helps ensure that policies and initiatives are inclusive, forward-thinking, and reflective of the needs of future generations. Each of you here bring fresh perspectives and a sense of urgency that is essential for addressing the pressing challenges of our time. Sweden actively supports programs and initiatives led by a multitude of actors, such as UN bodies, intergovernmental organizations, international organizations, civil society, and academia. Within all these organizations, youth can and do, to different degrees, play a very important role. And in all Swedish support to these organizations, we place a strong emphasis on youth as key players. Sweden's forward-looking policies in education, innovation, climate action, and youth-led development continue to set a global benchmark. Our robust educational system fosters critical thinking, creativity, and civic engagement. We invest in youth-led initiatives and support platforms that amplify young voices in policymaking, entrepreneurship, and community development. Within the realm of technology and innovation, Sweden is proud to be a global leader. Our commitment to sustainable development is matched by our dedication to harnessing the power of technology for the public good. The rapid development of artificial intelligence represents a paradigm shift. And in Sweden, we are leveraging AI to enhance productivity, improve public services, and address pressing societal challenges. Our approach is deeply rooted in the respect for human rights and the values of equality, transparency, and ethical responsibility. We believe that technological advancement must benefit all members of society, especially the youth who will inherit and shape the future. Sweden's leadership in climate action is another pillar of our youth engagement strategy. We know that young people are at the forefront of global climate movements. They are demanding accountability, pushing for innovation, and inspiring collective action. We support their efforts through inclusive policies, green innovation, and international collaboration. And we see youth not only as advocates, but as architects of a sustainable future. Let me be clear, when young people aren't allowed to fully take part in society, we risk losing out in our efforts to protect both people and the planet. This needs to change. We must come together, young and old, as part of 2030 generation. And as we work towards a more inclusive future, we must promote young people in all their diversity and ensure gender equality. Gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, it's also a key driver of inclusive growth, social cohesion, and sustainable development. Sweden strongly believes that building gender equal societies is essential to achieving the 2030 agenda. We must continue our joint efforts to ensure that everyone, regardless of gender, has equal opportunities to participate, lead, and thrive. We must also prioritize the well-being of young people. Mental health, access to education, safe environments, and opportunities for growth are essential. When young people thrive, societies thrive. We hope that this forum becomes the right platform to realize true, meaningful youth participation, not just in words, but in action. Let it be a space where young people are heard, respected, and empowered to lead, not as a token gesture, but as a genuine commitment to inclusion, equity, and shared leadership. Lastly, to the young people here today, your courage, creativity, and commitment inspire us all. You are not just participants in this forum, you are leaders in a global movement. Sweden are committed to building a world where your voices shape the future. Let us move forward together as one 2030 generation. Let us ensure that every young person has a seat at the table, a voice in the conversation, and a role in building a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for sharing such valuable insights rooted in both vision and action. May I now invite Mr. Rahul KC to kindly present a token of appreciation to Her Excellency Ms. Anna Maria Oltorp, Chancellor and Head of the Department Cooperation Sections, Embassy of Sweden. Representing the Republic of Kenya, a nation celebrated for its leadership in peace building, human rights, and sustainable development across Africa and beyond, she carries forward the legacy of resilience and progress. We're honored to have her with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Her Excellency Mrs. Nancy Mwangi, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of the Republic of Kenya, to the stage, please.
Good morning, Mr. Rahul KC, co-founder International Youth Forum, Dr. Dachanamuth Ramu, co-founder International Youth Forum, Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, President Youth for Human Rights International, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and indeed a privilege to deliver the statement on behalf of His Excellency, the Ambassador of Kenya to the Kingdom of Thailand. I convey warm greetings and appreciation for the opportunity to engage on this crucial platform where the future of our world, that is our youth, stands firmly at the center of our collective vision. Allow me on the onset first to thank the co-founders of the Youth International Forum for the great initiative in creating this platform for the youth to engage on issues affecting the world across. I also want to thank the organizers of this important forum as it brings our youth together to engage on the future. I'm informed the theme of this year's International Youth Forum is empowering youth for a just, inclusive, and sustainable future. And it is very timely and a testimony to the crucial role that the youth play towards social and economic development of every country across the world. It is indeed important that we empower the youth as this will foster leadership skills, promote community engagement, and equip the young people with essential tools to drive innovation and positive social and economic transformation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya recognizes the critical role that the Sustainable Development Goals play in creating a more peaceful and prosperous world for all Kenya and the planet. In this regard, as a country, we have mainstreamed the SDGs with our national development goals, both at the national level through the medium-term plans and at the county level through the county integrated development plans. The medium-term plans and the county integrated development plans are derived from Kenya's Vision 2030. This is the Kenya National Development Blueprint that aims to transform Kenya into a newly industrialized middle-income country by 2030, and which is divided into program sectors, namely infrastructure, finance and production, social governance and public administration, and environment and natural resources. The MTPs and CIDPs are also aligned to the bottom-up transformation agenda, a key initiative and strategic approach to economic development, and it focuses on inclusive growth and value chain development through 5 sectors, that is housing, digital superhighway, agriculture, MCMCs, development, and healthcare. Further, Kenya recognizes that the implementation of the SDGs cannot be realized without the active participation, innovation, and leadership of the young people. Kenya has a population of over 55 million people, out of which 65% are under 35 years old. In this regard, the government has made deliberate national efforts to position the Kenyan youth as critical stakeholders and change makers in the implementation of the national development goals and the SDGs. I will focus on the government's efforts towards inclusion of the youth in the implementation of SDGs 3, 5, 14, and 17, which are the focus areas of 2025 International Youth Forum. On SDG 3, which is on good health and well-being, the government, the health and well-being of the young people is a top priority in Kenya's development agenda. Through the Universal Health Coverage Initiative, Kenya has expanded youth access to essential health services, including mental health support, sexual and reproductive health education, and HIV/AIDS and prevention. Youth-driven platforms like Youth Act, that is Youth in Action, have amplified young voices in shaping health policies to ensure that they respond to the real needs of the young people on the ground. On Agenda 5, gender equality, Kenya continues to champion gender parity, particularly among the youth, and has developed various policies on the same. The 2010 Constitution of Kenya emphasizes on gender equality and inclusivity, particularly in employment and political representation. The 2/3 gender rule enshrined in the Constitution in Articles 27, Roman 8 and 81B of the Constitution mandates that not more than 2/3 of members in elective or appointive bodies be of the same gender. The education and training sector gender policy also aims to eliminate gender disparities and inequalities in education, while at the same time striving to create a gender-responsive learning and work environment, as well as enhance gender-sensitive governance, management within the education sector. Additionally, the Kenya Public Service has a diversity and inclusion policy aimed at promoting fairness, equity, and the presentation of all citizens in the service sector. This policy is enshrined in the Constitution, particularly Article 10 and 232, which underscores the values and principles of good governance, including equity, non-discrimination, and inclusiveness. On Agenda 14, Life Below Water, the Kenyan youth are also guardians of our blue economy and marine ecosystems. Along our Indian Ocean coastline, youth-led groups such as Blue Earth organizations engage in coral reef restoration, mangrove planting, and coastal cleanups. The young people are not only responding to environmental threats, but also creating sustainable livelihoods through marine conservation. These efforts highlight the critical role of youth in preserving biodiversity and securing the health of our oceans for future generations. On SDG 17, Partnerships for the Goals, Kenya understands that progress is impossible without collaboration. Youth-focused initiatives like Ajira Digital Program and Kenya Innovation Week thrive through multi-sectoral partnerships involving the government, private sector, academia, and civil society, among many other partnership programs. There are also youth-led initiatives such as Green Generation Initiative, founded by a youth climate activist, and which has planted over 30,000 trees and empowered school children across Kenya to become environmental stewards. All these initiatives and many others reflect a national culture that values youth not just as beneficiaries, but as partners and drivers of change. Kenya believes that with the right support, the young people are capable of leading solutions for their generations and generations to come. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I wish to implore on us to reaffirm our shared commitment to build a world where no young person is left behind and where every young mind has the opportunity to imagine, innovate, and implement solutions that build a better, fairer, and greener future. I thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your gracious presence and for sharing your insights with us. May I now invite Dr. Mary to kindly present a token of appreciation to Her Excellency Mrs. Nancy Mwangi, Deputy Head of Mission Embassy of the Republic of Kenya to the Kingdom of Thailand. On the stage, please. Representing Italy, a nation known for its deep cultural heritage, innovation, and steadfast commitment to human rights and international cooperation, she reflects the value of diplomacy and solidarity. We are privileged to welcome her today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Her Excellency Ms. Ilaria Tassaris, Second Secretary, Embassy of Italy to the Kingdom of Thailand. On the stage, please.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, young leaders, good morning. Sawadee ka, buongiorno. It is a great honor to address this assembly as Italy's representative to the Kingdom of Thailand. On behalf of His Excellency Ambassador Dionisi, it is a great honor to do so in the presence of over 400 brilliant young leaders from across the world, united here in Bangkok by a common purpose, to the pursuit of a more sustainable and inclusive future. We gather here at a time of a global uncertainty and profound change. The climate crisis, rising inequalities, the impact of inflation and geopolitical tensions remind us that today's challenges are not only urgent, they are existential. Addressing them is a priority for the international community as a whole. In doing so, we should look at them as an opportunity to streamline our priorities, rethink our economies, and bolster our collective action. Key to our shared success is the implementation of coherent actions that fall into an integrated strategy and are not simply a collection of sectoral interventions. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals provide a roadmap for this, but we must act swiftly and collectively to close the widening gap between our ambitions and the need for implementation. Italy has placed the 2030 Agenda at the heart of its global agenda and is firmly committed to provide leadership in this direction, fostering inclusive policies and partnerships, investing in education and leadership opportunities so that young people, as you are, can become the real architects of tomorrow's sustainable world. This commitment is not rhetorical. It guides our national actions at home and abroad, whether through advancing energy and food resilience initiatives or integrating youth voices at each level of the decision-making process. A few examples are worth mentioning, such as the Sustainable Development Festival, held annually across different Italian cities, which mobilizes thousands of local authorities, universities, and businesses to raise awareness and foster concrete action on sustainability. Or again, the Insieme per gli SDGs, Together for the SDGs, campaign, which every year involves various cities throughout Italy to raise awareness among the public on the Agenda 2030. Sustainable development also represents the cornerstone of our cooperation action. The Mattei Plan for Africa, for instance, includes capacity building, education, digitalization, and green transition projects, with the goal to reinforce best practices for a broader, coordinated, and cross-sectoral approach what is needed for the implementation of the SDGs. On the international stage, we continue to uphold the discussion on SDGs as a priority of our agenda. During our G7 presidency, last year, the leaders reaffirmed their commitment to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and to working together to achieve long-term sustainable development and a shared prosperity worldwide. As the ambitious deadline of 2030 nears, the key to making meaningful progress on these goals lies in each one of us, and especially in young leaders, as true agents of change who will carry forward the promises of the 2030 Agenda. Your energy, your talent, your ideas, and your courage to challenge the status quo are precisely what the world needs in this defining moment. You must voice your concerns, your hopes, and your ideas today and at every possible occasion. In September, the international community will gather in New York to celebrate the 80th anniversary of the United Nations and partake in the General Assembly and the numerous side events convened. Again, SDGs will be a central part of the discussions, especially in the 10th Annual SDGs Conference, which will stand out for its ambition and long-term vision. It will bring together diplomats, government officials, civil society members, journalists, and most importantly, young leaders, and will represent a moment to reiterate the important role of youth voices in decision-making. This year's theme, Local Youth Actions for the SDGs and Beyond, represents a significant shift toward localizing the SDGs and empowering young people as true co-creators of change, to act as active leaders and concrete innovators within their own national communities. And the emphasis is no longer on top-down policies, but on bottom-up initiatives. Dear young leaders, your generation is already at the very heart of today's transformation. Your presence matters. Your talent matters. Your leadership matters. It is your duty and your responsibility to create the conditions for your ideas to flourish and for your voices to be heard. Let me leave you with this. You're not simply inheriting the world, you're already shaping it. In times of uncertainty, you are the clarity. In moments of doubt, you are the momentum. Do not wait for permission to lead. The future begins with your next action, and never underestimate your power. A better world is not only possible, a better world is within your reach. Thank you very much. Sawadee ka. Grazie.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your meaningful presence and thoughtful contribution. May I now invite Mr. Rahul KC to kindly present a token of appreciation to Her Excellency Ms. Ilaria Tassari, Second Secretary, Embassy of Italy. On the stage, please. Representing the vibrant and diverse nation of Bangladesh, known for its rich cultural heritage and dynamic progress in social inclusion, climate action, and youth engagement, it stands as a global example. We eagerly await His Excellency address valuable insights with us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming His Excellency Mr. Fayaz Murshid Qazi, Ambassador of Bangladesh to the Kingdom of Thailand, to the stage, please.
Good afternoon. I know that I'm holding back this room from lunch, actually, and it's supposed to be a networking lunch. So I'm sure none of you is interested, actually, in listening to another speech. You would like to go out, have lunch, and network amongst yourselves. But I think, like the other ambassadors who have made an appearance and who have spoken with all of you, I think we have come here all for a selfish reason, because every time we interact with young people, we get recharged. I mean, our batteries get kind of absolutely refurbished, I would say. I mean, I'm sure the ambassadors would agree with us. So please bear with us a little bit more. I will just maybe make 3-4 quick points. Last time I was here in this room was for the annual ESCAP Commission session. And I had the, I would say, privilege of chairing the closing session. But we had to call for vote on every document that had a mention of the word sustainable development. So what I'm trying to say, that the idea of sustainable development should not be taken for granted. Regrettably for us, it is being put under scanner, put under question, and I would say by one particular country, one particular administration. So for young people like you, you have to remain the vanguards of sustainable development agenda, the 2030 agenda, so that the 4 or 5 years that are remaining, we do not lose sight of the commitment that we have made to our future generations. And that means our young people, our young leaders. So please hold every government accountable for what they have been able to do or what they have not been able to do under the 2030 agenda. This year, Bangladesh also participated in the voluntary national review that focused on the 5 SDGs that you are talking about. But these kind of accountability should not just remain confined within the walls of the UN. We should all be accountable to our young people. Are you aware of this notion called youth, peace, and security? Can I see a bit of show of hands? Right, wonderful. I see only one person, and I'm not sure whether you belong to my generation or to the younger generation, maybe people like us, young at heart, right? I mean, absolutely. But that's also an important idea. I wanted to flag this. While we are talking about sustainable development, please be aware that the UN Security Council does have a resolution which talks about youth, peace, and security. It's got a fancy acronym called YPS. And the reason I'm talking about it is not that SDG 16 talks about peaceful and inclusive societies, but also because the Security Council itself recognizes the potential role of young people in promoting and establishing international peace and security. So please Google the idea of YPS, and we would like to see young people like you to become champions of YPS agenda. Why am I advocating for that? Because I represent a country which witnessed a massive political transformation last year. And that was entirely spearheaded by our young people. The generation that we thought was averse to politics, was only confined to the social media, had nothing to contribute to how our political landscape evolved. But they came out on the streets in July and August last year, and with their sacrifice, with their blood, with their tears, they made it possible that the government of the day had to step down and make room for an interim arrangement, which is largely led by young people. It's not without its challenges. After 1 year of that mass uprising led by the youth, we are now having a serious discourse around what kind of long-running reforms that we need in the society. And some of the aspirations that our young people are voicing, people of the older generations like me, maybe we are feeling a bit uncomfortable with that. Maybe we are not being able to embrace those ideas readily. But that's where we need to keep emphasizing the importance of intergenerational dialogue and conversation. Because people of the older generations must realize what the younger people, the younger generation is asking for. And that is something that the YPS agenda actually promotes. And my last point, at this moment, in Bangladesh, we have the leadership of a person who is actually 85 years old. Dr. Muhammad Yunus of the Grameen Bank fame, a Nobel Peace Laureate. But he has not come to this position just like that. It was actually the young people who spearheaded the movement. They wanted him to take charge because they found in this 85-year-old man a reflection, a voice for their aspirations. So again, the point I'm trying to make is that there need not be a gap, a disjunct between the two generations. We can have an effective dialogue and conversations. And if you look at Dr. Yunus's work at the moment, he is basically talking about a world of 3 0 principles: 0 wealth concentration, 0 unemployment, and 0 carbon emission. And just by these few words, I'm sure you can all relate to this. The 3 zeros are actually talking to the young people, to the young leaders. And that is why perhaps our young people thought that this would be the right person to take us through this transition period that we are going through so that we can step onto the next democratic dispensation that we'd like to see. With those few words, again, I hope I could confine myself to 10 minutes, but thank you for giving me this opportunity to Dr. Ramu and all the organizers. It is fantastic to see young faces, and as I said, whenever you want us, I'm sure the ambassadors here, based in Bangkok or wherever, we would like to come in droves. Please keep inspiring and encouraging us so that we remain on track and we remain accountable for the work that we are supposed to deliver to each one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your valuable presence and thoughtful words. May I now invite Mr. Rahul KC to kindly present a token of appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Fayaz Mursid Qazi, Ambassador of the People's Republic of Bangladesh to the Kingdom of Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, we extend our utmost gratitude to our esteemed ambassadors for sharing their wisdom and vision. We now move to the next pivotal segment of our program, the high-level keynote addresses. Here, distinguished leaders will present transformative insights and bold ideas on how youth are shaping sustainability across sectors, forging pathways where the energy meets the urgent demands of our time. Education is the seed from which sustainable societies grow, and in the digital era, youth hold the power to reshape how knowledge is shared and applied. Our next speaker has been at the forefront of educational innovation in Malaysia, guiding communities towards more inclusive and future-ready learning system. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome educational consultant Mrs. Nurul Ilham Anwar on the stage, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellencies, distinguished UN delegates, honorable leaders, the co-founders of the International Youth Forum, Mr. Rahul and Dr. Dachanamurthy, the chair of International Youth Forum of 2025, Dr. Ravi Pachamutu, Secretary General of the Sustainable Development Council, Mr. Gokulnath, and my dear fellow advocates. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and sawadika. It is an honor to stand before you today at this remarkable gathering of minds and hearts committed to building a sustainable and just future. My story starts 27 years ago. I remember the night the police stormed and broke into my house and took my father away. I was 11 years old when my father was taken to prison. That day, I didn't just lose a father to an unjust politician who abuses power. I lost a sense of safety. My father, Anwar Ibrahim, was a political prisoner. The world knew him as a leader, but I knew him simply as Papa, the person who reminded me to do my homework and to read the Quran. 17 years later, as an adult, in 2015, it happened again. My father was imprisoned a second time in my lifetime. By then, I was already an educator, working with students with learning challenges. I spent my days helping children who were often overlooked, labeled, or underestimated to find their voice through education. During my campaigns to urge for his release, people will ask me, Ilham, why not join politics? Why not fight your fathers fight through reformasi. The thing is, I didn't see politics as the only path to making a difference. Public service doesn't always require a political platform. And you don't need to win an election to serve the people. Sometimes a classroom is the front line of reform. Sometimes the most radical thing you can do is to teach a child to believe in themselves. This is what seemed to me to be my way of making that difference. And I just want you all to know, for the record, you don't need your father to be imprisoned to find your purpose, and I personally highly do not recommend it. What I realized I needed was to hold on to what I believed in. That's where I think the real impact begins. We gather here today, not just as individuals, but as a global us. Young people from over 90 countries, different faiths, languages, experiences, and bound by shared belief that a sustainable and just future is not something we inherit, it is something we build. And education, equitable, inclusive, future-facing education is one of the strongest tools we have. Around the world, we often look up to countries like Finland. Finland is known to have one of the best education systems today, one that prioritizes student well-being, trust in teachers, and lifelong learning. But actually, copying Finland isn't the only way to achieve excellence. Why chase someone else's best when you can create your own? Because the truth is, by the time a nation catches up to today's best, the world has already moved on. Especially now, in the age of AI, misinformation, and rapid digital shifts, we need an education system not just designed to catch up, but to leap forward. And the work of shaping what comes next can begin in small ways, through ideas, conversations, or even just questioning how things are done today. Let's not forget, there are children in Palestine today who cannot even access a classroom, who live under siege, their futures interrupted, their stories unheard. Education is a right, and in the face of injustice, we must stand in empathy, not only in thought, but in action. So, what does action look like? In an era overwhelmed by media noise, the first step is to clarify your principles. Ask yourself, what do I stand for? What won't I compromise? Because if we don't define our values, the world will define them for us. Education is where these principles begin to take shape. The first step is to identify your values. And meaningful education is how we uncover them. Because true education is not just about facts and exams. It is where our moral compass begins to take shape. From there, learn to think, discern, question. In this age of instant information, we cannot afford to accept everything we see and hear. We must sharpen our ability to separate truth from noise. Now, with that clarity of mind and compass of values, take action and let your action reflect your principles. And so I say this, you can reimagine education. You can design systems that are relevant, just, and accessible for all. You can harness technology not to replace teachers, but to elevate learning. Redefine success not by test scores, but by the dignity and potential of every human being. You don't need permission. You don't need perfection. You just need conviction. And maybe just a little bit of courage. I still remember the first time I saw my father in court back in 1998, after days of not knowing where he was. His black eye swollen from being beaten, and upon seeing him, I cried. I was just a child. But what he said to me at that moment, I will never forget. He said, "Ilham, why are you crying? Papa is okay, just a little bit hurt on the eye. Do not be scared. We have done nothing wrong. So wipe away your tears." What I realized in that moment, years later, it was just not a lesson in resilience. It was a lesson in grace, in love, and in the courage to stand firm in our values. So here I am, 27 years later, still carrying on that memory. And carrying it with a conviction that with education, with principle, and just a little bit of courage, we can shape the future we believe in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nurul Ilham Anwar, for reminding us that education is not only a foundation for knowledge, but a catalyst for sustainable change in this digital era. May I now invite Mr. Rahul KC to kindly present a token of appreciation to Mrs. Nurul Ilham Anwar, educational consultant from Malaysia. Our next keynote speaker had championed inclusive telecom policies that bridge digital divides and unlock the potential of youth across the Asia Pacific. Please welcome the Secretary General of the Asia Pacific Telecommunity, Dr. Masanori Kondo, on the stage, please.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and above all, the young leaders gathered here. Good afternoon, Sawadee Krap. As His Excellency Mr. Kazi from Bangladesh mentioned, your lunch is waiting. So while I prepare the presentation materials, please check it up later, and I will not use the presentation, which may take some time. So it is a great honor to stand before you today at the International Youth Forum 2025, here in the heart of the United Nations Conference Center in Bangkok. Allow me to first thank the International Youth Forum, Mr. Rahul KC and Dr. Dachanamurthy Ramu, for bringing together such a remarkable gathering of talent, ideas, and determination. And let me thank you, the youth delegates, for the energy and vision you bring to this forum. Your presence here sends a clear message that you are ready to shape the future, not simply inherit it. I speak to you today as the Secretary General of the Asia Pacific Telecommunity, an intergovernmental organization that unites governments, industry, and communities across the Asia Pacific to advance the use of information and communication technologies, or ICTs, covering 2/3 of the world internet users. Why is this relevant to you? Because in today's world, ICT is not just a sector, it is a nervous system of society. It connects people to opportunities, amplifies voices, enables innovation, and increasingly determines how equitably we can participate in economic, social, and civic life. When I look at this audience, I do not just see the next generation of leaders. I see the architects of the digital future that will shape how we live, work, and connect. Our region, the Asia-Pacific, is home to more than half of the world's population and some of the fastest growing digital economies. From advanced 5G networks in urban hubs to innovative community connectivity projects in remote islands. The ICT landscape here is both vibrant and diverse. But it is also a region of contrasts. While some enjoy high-speed internet and advanced AI tools, others still lack of basic connectivity. The digital divide between and within countries remains one of the great challenges of our time. One of the works of APT is to narrow these divides. We develop regional frameworks for spectrum allocation, support capacity building for emerging technologies, and create platforms for cooperation on issues from cybersecurity to digital inclusion. But the truth is, policies and infrastructure alone are not enough. We need people, especially young people, to drive the human side of digital transformation. The next decade will see unprecedented changes. Here I mention 4 points. First, 6G networks with capacities we can barely imagine today. Second, artificial intelligence that will increasingly influence governance, healthcare, education, and many other sectors. Third, satellite constellation bringing connectivity to every corner of the globe. And fourth, explosion of digital services that will redefine the economy. But with opportunity comes responsibility. You, the digital generation, will have to answer the question about ethics, privacy, cybersecurity, and equitable access. These are not just technical issues. They are questions about the kind of society we want to build. In the spirit of this forum, let me offer 3 calls to action. First, be digital bridge builders. Work to close the gaps, not widen them. Use your skills to ensure that digital tools reach those who need them most, whether that's rural farmers accessing marketplaces or students in underserved areas joining online classes. Second, shape the rules, not just the tools. Technology is shaped by policy. Be active in policy dialogues, from local councils to international forums, so that the rules governing AI, data use, and online freedom reflect your generation's values. And third, innovate with purpose. Let your innovations be guided by real human needs. Technology for its own sake can be exciting, but technology that solves human challenges can be transformative. One of the great strengths of ICT is its ability to connect across borders. This is also the strength of gathering like IYF. Here you have delegates from over 90 countries, as I heard, each with unique perspectives on how ICT can advance human rights, sustainable development, and peace. In the Asia-Pacific, APT works on the principle that regional cooperation is not optional, it is essential. Spectrum does not stop at borders, neither do cyber threats nor the flow of ideas. The same is true for the partnerships you form here. They can and should transcend geography. As we look toward 2030 and the deadline for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, ICT will be central to almost every target, from quality education and health to climate action and inclusive economic growth. But achieving this vision will require more than connectivity. It will require digital trust, digital literacy, and above all, a shared commitment to using technology for the common good. That commitment must come from you, the young innovators, advocates, and change makers in this room. So let me share a thought. The devices, networks, and platforms we build are only as powerful as the purposes we put them into. In your hands, ICT can be a tool for empowerment, a bridge across divides, and a force for peace. Years from now, when people look back on the 2020s, I believe they will say, this was a decade when young people, equipped with technology and guided by purpose, redefined what progress means. So let us begin here in Bangkok at IYF 2025. Let us commit to a digital future that is inclusive, sustainable, and shaped by the values we share. Together, we can ensure that the information age is also an age of opportunity for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Masanori Kondo, for showing us that true connectivity is measured not by the speed or signal, but by the opportunities it unlocks for every young mind across the Asia-Pacific. May I now invite Dr. Mary to kindly present token of appreciation to Dr. Masanori Kondo, Secretary General, Asia-Pacific Telecommunity, on the stage, please. Our next speaker brings deep expertise in disaster preparedness with a focus on empowering youth as leaders and safeguarding communities. Please welcome the Executive Director of the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center, Honorable Mr. Aslam Parvez, on the stage, please. Moving forward, hospitality is not only about welcoming guests, it is about welcoming a better future. By embracing youth-led innovation, this industry can become a powerful driver of environmental responsibility and cultural connection. Our next keynote speaker is redefining hospitality with sustainable practices and youth-led innovation at its core. Please welcome the CEO of GRT Hotels and Resort, Mr. Vikram Kotaha. First, may we have his intro video, please? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the CEO of GRT Hotels and Resort, Mr. Vikram Kotaha, on the stage, please.
Let me begin with a question. How many of you had a bottle of water yesterday, threw it away, I didn't know where it went? Yeah, most of us. I think most of us do. So I come here with just one message, one big idea. Esteemed Excellencies, distinguished guests, youth leaders, change makers, my dear wife, who's here with me today. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to stand in front of an august audience to talk about sustainability, a very big word in hospitality. As all of you know, hospitality is the largest consumer of everything which is excess, which is more. So I come here, I stand here, and I talk about one number, 1 million. 1 million bottles, plastic bottles, are consumed every single minute. Can you believe that? Every single minute, 1 million plastic bottles are consumed. In the next 10 minutes, there will be 10 million bottles which will be consumed. That translates to 500 billion plastic bottles in a year. Isn't that appalling? Did we ever think, where are these bottles going after we consume? They're in the mountains, they're in the rivers, and they're in the oceans. They're in the stomachs of the whales, they're in the stomachs of turtles, they're in your stomachs because they're already into your food chain, and they're in my stomach as microplastics, as nanoplastics. And all of you know what plastic in your gut can do. It can lead to many, many disastrous diseases. So, ladies and gentlemen, the horror part of it is that the bottle which you had yesterday will outlive you for 450 years. It takes 450 years for a bottle of plastic to decompose. So that's 5 generations after you. So that's the horror part of it. So gentlemen, today I stand here. I did not learn this from any glossy sustainability reports or from a PowerPoint or from research paper. I was trekking in the Himalayas a few years back at 22,000 feet. Very pristine environment, snow-capped mountains, God's own world. And suddenly my foot touched and I could hear that evil sound, that crunch. And I looked down and it was a plastic bottle. And I just nudged it with my foot. And there was an entire landfill of plastic bottles, of biscuit wrappers, of plastic bags, chips, bags. I was angry. I was ashamed. I was heartbroken. It was like seeing graffiti on temple walls. A few months later, we were opening a hotel in the Republic of Maldives. So I'm a keen diver, so I was diving off a Virgin Island. And there I was among beautiful corals, majestic manta rays, turtles. And then I thought I saw a large jellyfish. But when I got closer, it was a big plastic bag and it was choking those corals. And that's when I came up out of the water gasping. Not for breath, but with anger. So I went back to my hotels, I went back to my team, and I told them that today, not tomorrow, not next budget, not when it's convenient, that we are going to go 100% plastic free. And youth in my team took up this as a purpose. And in the next 6 months, GRT Hotels, a small group, a regional group in India, in South India, went 100% plastic free. Today, we are 100% plastic free. We have bottling plants with zero carbon footprints. We bottle our own water, and it's more healthier than drinking water out of plastic bottle. Did it make a big difference? Yes, to us. Did it cost us? Yes. Did it make a big difference to the planet? Maybe no. But all of you know that the ocean is made of drops of water, and I think this was our drop. And this turned into a ripple, what I call the great butterfly effect. And all of you know what's a butterfly effect by Edward Lawrence. It's a theory propounded by him that a butterfly flapped its wings in the Amazon forest, and there was a tornado in Texas. So small actions, big impacts. And that's what happened with us. And that's how this film came about. That's how I wrote a book on it, on a journey, so that it influences other hospitality people, other hoteliers. And I think this became a ripple. And today, in Tamil Nadu, I think the government has taken this up, and some of our places have become plastic free. So I think that's a step, a single step which we took. And I think that's a great impact which we had. So today, I come here, I stand here, and I ask the youth, you have a choice. As my generation, when we traveled, we checked off boxes. Bali, choked to death. You take Hawaii, again, you take Pattaya, filthy beaches. But today, youth have a choice. They're going to hidden gems, and they're doing regenerative tourism. And I think that's the call of the day. I think we need to ensure that we don't choose tourism where there is over-tourism, and we are killing the places. We have to choose places where we have an impact on the locals, where we think that we can plant more trees and we can make a difference to the world tomorrow. And that's where the youth come in, and you have a choice today. You are travelers who don't consume, but you are travelers who can transform. And that's what is my message today. And I thank SDGs for giving me this opportunity, this platform, for giving this message in this August audience under the banner of the United Nations. I thank you all, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vikram Kotha, for providing that hospitality can extend beyond guests to the planet itself. Now may I invite Dr. Elliot Lancaster, MB, founder and director of ICWU, to kindly present the token of appreciation to Mr. Vikram Kotaha, CEO, GRT Hotels and Resorts. On the stage, please. Mr. Jose Charles Martin, Chairman and Managing Director of the Charles Group of Companies, is redefining what it means to lead with a purpose. He has constantly blended entrepreneurial drive with social conscience, earning accolades like Emerging Entrepreneur of the Year and Trendsetter of 2024-2025. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Jose Charles Martin to deliver this address titled From Philanthropy to Partnership, Building a Future Where No One is Left Behind. Please welcome him on the stage, please.
Vanakkam, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, and my fellow changemakers. It is a profound honor to stand before you today in a hall that echoes with conversations that have shaped our world. When I look at you, I see energy, hope, and the restless courage that will define our shared future. I come from the Tamil land, a place whose history is written in the is not in the conquest of the kings, but in the verses of poets and the quiet acts of philanthropists. There is a story of the King Velpari, one of the 7 great patrons of the Sangam age. A verse remembers the spirit. Mullai kodi kapan pari pol, ulagam kapom namindru. Like the king Velpari, who guarded a jasmine creeper, let us guard the whole world today. The story goes, riding his magnificent chariot, the king Velpari saw a fragile jasmine creeper with nowhere to climb. In an act of radical compassion, he abandoned his own chariot only to serve as its support. The king Velpari is remembered thousands of years later because he understood stewardship. The true measure of leadership is the compassion with which you protect the most vulnerable. A fragile planet, a fragile community, a fragile planet. Today, we are all stewards of a world that feels as vulnerable as the jasmine creeper. We meet at a pivotal moment, a changing climate, a deepening inequality, a fracturing peace. It also unprecedented opportunities from technology and interconnectedness. The Sustainable Development Goals gives us a map, but a map means nothing if we lack the courage to take the first step. The journey must begin with the ground beneath us. Today, groundwater in many coastal areas is unfit even for bathing, let alone drinking. Take Puducherry, a microcosm of beauty and burden. It stands at the front line of a slow catastrophe. There is a restless advancement of the sea, along with salt intrusion into groundwater. This is leading to erosion of ancestral lands. The people of Puducherry embody resilience. But the people of Puducherry should not have to be this resilient. Governments have long promised treatment and desalination plants, but these are reactive, decades too late. Through our partnership with the research centers in Chennai, we are pioneering in biological water treatment systems. We are proving that we can heal wounds inflicted on our environment, and science-driven stewardship can replace reactive governance. The world you inherit is not just physically fragile, its very architecture has been redrawn. You are growing up in a new industrial revolution powered by artificial intelligence and social media. This transformation is as profound as the printing press or the steam engine. Social media as a digital town square for connection and AI as a tool to solve humanity's hardest problems. In India, young agri-tech innovators already use AI to help farmers detect crop diseases with a phone camera, saving many livelihoods. WEF's Future of Jobs Report 2023 predicts that by 2027, around 83 million jobs displaced and 69 million new roles created. The skills of the future are analytical thinking, creative problem solving, AI, and data literacy. Your attention is the currency of the digital economy. But we must be aware that deepfakes and misinformation spread faster than truth. Let these be your tools, not your masters. Do not let them substitute your own brilliant curiosity. Today, many young people feel detached from politics. Why? Because we have built a system that punishes original thought, a culture that counts followers, not conviction. Political parties who remembers youth only at the time of elections. This is a betrayal of democracy. You're not the leaders of tomorrow, you're the leaders of today. You hold the moral clarity to challenge what is broken, the creativity to imagine beyond limits, the resilience to build what is just. Through the Martin Charitable Trust and Charles Group, my commitment is to walk with you and co-create solutions. We want to make governance and activism respectable once more. Our duty is to ensure politics serves people, not the other way around. Let us be guided by Sangam poet Kapila. Anbudamai Alum Ulagam. The world is ruled by those who have love. Let love be our leadership. Let unity be our strength. Let service be our path forward. Let us act with urgency, with purpose, and together, starting now. Nandri, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Charles Martin, for a deeply insightful address, one that blends business acumen with social purpose, forging partnership that ensures opportunity reaches every corner and community. May I now invite Dr. Elliot Lancaster, MBE, founder and director of ICWU, to kindly present the token of appreciation to Mr. Jose Charles Martin, chairman and MD of Charles Group of Companies. The greatest change often begins with a single voice that inspires thousands. Our next keynote speaker has dedicated his platform to empowering youth in climate action and environmental advocacy, driving meaningful impact across Thailand and beyond. Speaking on youth leadership in climate action and environmental advocacy, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome UNEP Goodwill Ambassador for Thailand, Alexander Rendell, on the stage, please.
Good afternoon to all the young leaders from around the world. It is my absolute pleasure, it is my honor to be here at the United Nations and having this opportunity to speak to you all. I think we would all agree that Thailand is a very, very special country. We are a country full of life, full of culture, and full of nature. We are also a country that our well-being, our quality of life is dependent on the health of nature. We are very lucky to have two oceans. If you were to look at the map, you would see the Andaman Ocean on our left, and we have the Gulf of Thailand on our right. And if you have a chance to see our beautiful islands, you would all say the same thing, that we have an absolute beautiful place here in Thailand. But that is slowly falling apart. We have serious coral bleaching problems. We have a crazy decline of seagrass, causing local fishermen to find it challenging to make a living. Even the famous PP Island itself had to close down at one point due to the lack of water. Was this a climate problem or was this a management problem? We have beautiful forests up north, Chiang Mai, Chiang Rai, for example, famous tourist destinations, but the reality is local people are running from landslides on a daily basis. This one village that I happened to visit a few weeks ago, the school had been torn apart from the landslides, causing the children to have to use the parking lot as a part-time school. Last year, we had the biggest floods. Within an hour, the water had risen too high to handle, and this was without warning. Lives were changed, lives were lost. And was this an accident, or was this a product of using too much of our mountains for agriculture, causing the rains just to run off with no absorption from the soil? But with that being said, without that agriculture, our country's economy would also not survive. Our pollution, PM 2.5, what we call here, we have the smoke season. It comes around every December to around April, depending on the region. Healthy people are dying from lung cancer, families are evacuating, and children are not being allowed to go outdoors. This is not only a pollution problem, but this is also a human rights issue. Even in Bangkok, we had the biggest earthquake, killing around 100 people, and that this has never happened before. And having the experience working with youth over the last decade, I can honestly say that I truly believe in the power of young leaders, and you guys can change this. My job, I founded an organization called the Environmental Education Center, and we've been running for 10 years now. So what we do, basically, we have the mission to use environmental education to create global citizens for sustainable development. But what exactly does that mean? So just allow me to share my definition and the skills needed of global citizens, which I hope that you all can take maybe something away from this after this conference. So the first skill set would definitely be environmental awareness. And I'm sure that you all have this, but I just want to say that I think that this is the perfect time to be involved in sustainability. And I think that those who don't will find it difficult to live their lives in the near future. Being critical thinkers, questioning, evaluating, comparing, reasoning, reflecting, and then make a judgment. Because a lot of the problems that we have here have a root cause that have been around for 100 years, and sudden changes are difficult. People don't like change, but how can we change this? Our leadership skills. Become leaders as you are. Having those skills, what decision makers, what leaders do is basically they solve problems and they make decisions, and do it with integrity and accountability. We all have to be responsible for our own actions. To initiate, to start something of your own, encourage others, try new things, don't be afraid to fail. Learn from it and keep walking forward. I think to become a good young leader, communication is key. I'm sure we all heard that phrase before, but how can you communicate to convince? How can you not shy away from public speaking? I'm sure you all have amazing ideas, but those ideas will be very challenging to execute if you can't communicate it in a way for people to understand. Resilience, having the ability to adapt to change, mentally and physically. I think it'll be very difficult to ask for nature to be how it was 100 years ago. So it's not about conservation only, but it's also about adapting to the current situation. Having a global perspective. For me, there's no better classroom than to travel and to see how others think, to understand that every life is important and every life is different. Study different issues in different countries, and I can tell you for sure that all the problems that I mentioned earlier, other countries have a whole different set of problems from climate change. And lastly, which I think is the most important, is to have empathy. Every problem has a solution, and it will take time, and it must be dealt using local wisdom, scientific data, and approach in an empathetic way. You're going to need collaboration to be able to make a change, and without empathy, I think that will make things a lot more difficult for you. It is very important to advocate for the people because we, including myself, who live in the city, are part of this problem. We have to be honest, we use natural resources, we offset carbon on our daily lives, but for the local people who help us protect nature, have less carbon footprint, are those who are most vulnerable to the climate crisis. Those voices are not as heard as much as they should be. That's why your advocacy is needed. We are really going through a triple planetary crisis as we are speaking. We talk a lot about pollution, we talk about climate change, and I could tell you that in the next 2 years, biodiversity loss is going to be something that everyone will be talking about. I stand by you, and I'm honored to share this all with you today. I hope I made a difference. I know you guys will make a difference. The future is in your hands. Sustainable development is what we are trying to achieve, but that can only be achieved if you really have the heart to do it. And by you all being here, I'm sure that you all have that. Lastly, I just want to say that we all face challenges, but I do believe that there is a bright light at the end of this dark, dark tunnel. So let's approach everything with hope and let's get there. And I just want to say thank you so much for having me. Good luck and hope we can work together in the new future. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander Rental, for showing us how passion and commitment can turn influence into action. Your dedication reminds us that every voice, when guided by purpose, can spark meaningful change for our planet and future generation. Now, may I kindly invite Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu to kindly present token of appreciation to Mr. Alexander Rendell, actor and singer, UNEP Goodwill Ambassador, Thailand. We now take a moment to recognize and honor remarkable individuals who are making remarkable contribution towards advancing SDGs. For honoring SDG impactors who work for SDGs in various fields, may I now kindly call upon Mr. Vikram Kotaha, CEO, GRT Hotels and Resort. And to do the honors, may I call upon Mr. Alexander Rendell, actor and singer, UNEP Goodwill Ambassador, Thailand. Honoring on the basis of sustainability leadership, accompanied by Dr. Mary Saralworth on the stage, please. Can we have Mr. Vikram Kotaha in the middle, please? Yeah. Honoring Mr. Vikram Kotaha, CEO and GRT Hotels Resort, Sustainability Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Mr. Vikram Kotaha. Similarly, we have Mr. Jose Charles Martin, Chairman and MD, Charles Group of Companies.
Go, Hannah, go. Hannah, go.
Oh, congratulations once again, Mr. Vikram Kotaha. Sustainability leadership in hospitality and tourism. Thank you so much, Mr. Alexander Rental and Dr. Mary Saralworth. You may have to sit because we also have another name. May I call upon Mr. Jose Charles Martin, Chairman and MD, Charles Group of Companies in Humanitarian Service and Sustainability Leadership. Congratulations to Mr. Jose Charles Martin for receiving this appreciation as Humanitarian Service and Sustainability Leadership. SDG impactor who work for SDGs in various fields, making remarkable contribution towards advancing SDG. Congratulations once again, Mr. Jose Charles Martin, Chairman and MD, Charles Group of Companies.
Oh, sorry, 2 o'clock.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alexander Rendell and Dr. Mary Shuttleworth. Thank you so much, and congratulations to Mr. Vikram Kotaha and Mr. Joe Charles Martin. And thank you so much, Mr. Alexander Rendell, along with Dr. Mary Shuttleworth. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to apologize for any inconvenience or delayed caused. Now it is time for a networking lunch. Thank you for your patience. We will reconvene promptly here after half an hour, which is 2 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch, and we look forward to welcoming you back shortly. Thank you.
So we are already behind the schedule. I request everyone to kindly settle down. And also the volunteers, can you please help the participants to come inside? We'll start in a short while. Okay, so we have something from the co-founder, sir, that we have only 3 minutes. Kindly settle down, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hello. Hello. Yeah.
Greetings. International.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 minute away from starting the program, so please begin into the hall so we can begin shortly.
எல்லாருமே யூஸ் பண்ணுமாமாங்க. Hello.
Nabil.
I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, please head into the hall so we can begin shortly. We're already behind the schedule. Everybody, please be seated so we can begin shortly. Oh, I'll go and ask them. कोही भलन्टियर छैन बाहिरबाट मान्छे लिएर आउनलाई Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you had a refreshing lunch and meaningful networking. As we move forward, it's time to set the tone for our discussion with our very first thematic panel. This panel will address a theme that is both timely and vital to the future we are building together. In an era of rapid urbanization, cities have become the epicenters of growth and opportunity, but also of inequality and exclusion. The question before us is clear. How do we make these cities inclusive for all? How do we even ensure that every citizen, regardless of background, has access to education, legal protection, and the tools to live with dignity? This panel seeks to answer the question by exploring the intersection of education, law, and governance as a pillar of human rights. We are privileged to welcome the coordinator for this panel, Mr. Rahul KC, co-founder of International Youth Forum, whose efforts have brought together an exceptional group of speakers committed to advancing this critical conversation. I now have the pleasure of introducing the distinguished panelists who will share their insights on this critical theme. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, President of Youth for Human Rights International, Dr. Elliot Lancaster, MBE, founder and director of ICW, Mr. Bhupadev Shaha, co-founder of Nepal Economic Olympiad, personal secretary to the mayor of Kathmandu, Professor Nitish Kumar Upadhyay, founder of Knowledge Tej. Last but not least, Ms. Annie Napashri Suwana Zote, Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Suwan Sunandhan Rajabat. With this, now I hand over the session to our coordinator, Mr. Rahul KC, to take the discussion forward. Mr. KC, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sankshi Lamsal. Namaste and good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a sufficient lunch and you have energy to be in our entire panel session. I'm again happy to welcome you all in this panel, An Inclusive City, Informed Citizen, Empowered Human Rights Through Education, Law and Local Governance. It is a long title, but it's hot. It's about something very simple. How we make our city fair, safe, and welcoming for everyone. We all know our city is growing very fast. Nearly 57% of the world global population, they live in the city. And it is expected that by 2050, 70% of the global population, they will live in the city. But growth doesn't alone means progress. A truly inclusive city is where people can feel seen, heard, protected, and even they can enjoy their human rights, no matter where they are from. This is the globalization era. People migrate to different countries. Even people, they migrate within the countries. So city will be the perfect place of practicing culture, human rights, and with all the basic needs human require to live sustainable, peaceful, and healthy environment. And that starts with us, the people. When citizens are informed, when they understand their rights, their responsibilities, how system works, they can speak up, they can make choices, and help their communities. Education plays a big role. As Dr. Mary, she emphasized on education, and she love to call her as a teacher. She knows very well about that. Also, the law. Dr. Upadhyay, he has been practicing laws for several years. He's one of the prominent lawyers in India, and he has very good, intense network of young lawyers who are not just doing their profession, but they are fighting for human rights, democracy, and justice. We have Dr. Lancaster, who has made really impact on his social projects. We have Mr. Bhuvdev Saha, who is closely working on local government. He'll share some of his experience on governance. And we still have Dr. Annie. She's the Dean. She knows how education is crucial and how we can make informed and responsible citizen in a city. So due to some time boundaries, we have squeezed our panel from 75 minutes to 60 minutes. So we'll try to include as much as, and we'll try to make it more engaging. So without speaking much, I would like to ask each of the panelists, please be very precise. Please finish within 3 minutes. Introduce yourself. And I have a question. How your field contributes to human right realization in cities? And please, give one example, what you have done. And please keep in mind, we have 3 minutes. I'll start from Dr. Lancaster.
Thank you so much, Rahul, and thank you to the organisers for this fantastic event. So, of course, my name is Dr. Lancaster. You can call me Elliot. The ICWU, we focus on international chemical weapons, and we work very closely with OPCW. Their work's more about making sure chemistry for peace, making sure that chemical weapons are discarded in an appropriate way, whereas our work's more about education, advocacy, and lobbying more at the citizen level. In terms of looking at city initiatives, we're very focused on lobbying with city administrators. We are very focused on working in lots of schools and educational institutions in which we do seminars and research events in order to raise advocacy for one of the most growing problems that we actually have in this modern world. We always talk about nuclear weapons and nuclear weapon disarmament, but chemical weapons is slipping, and we've seen in the Middle East, we've seen in Ukraine and other instances recently, the use of chemical weapons and actually development of new chemical weapons as well. So we hope to address that as we move forward, but I'll answer more questions in due course.
Thank you so much, Dr. Elliot. Dr. Pade.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll start with a joke and then maybe I'll come on the point. So there is a speaker, he said once that youth has woken up. They will use their 1 GB data and they will sleep. So what exactly youth is doing in terms, whenever you're talking in terms of law or in terms of cities, as a professor, we have a lot of street law programs, pro bono events. We also have legal aid camps in clinics where these students go and discuss about human rights, gender, maybe something very similar to traffic rules or something with students, with audiences. So law is actually, I'll not say it's only related to cities, it is bridging a gap between city and village. So that's our responsibility, that whenever, inclusive is not always costly. Inclusivity can be there if you're just little empathetic towards the people around. So law is not just taking care of, I'll say, cities, whether it's about AI, whether it's about cyber, whether it's about autonomous vehicle, weapons, everything is taking care, but we are bridging that gap between the village and the cities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, Dr. Mary.
Only 3 minutes?
Oh, yeah.
But I'm
Please.
a teacher. So thank you so much for this great honor to be on this panel and esteemed panelists here with me. It is an honor to join this conversation on how we can transform our cities into engines of human rights and inclusion. Cities are powerful sites of transformation. They are where laws are enacted, services are delivered, and citizens engaged. If we want to realize the promise of the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that's the whole lot of words that say we have 30 human rights. It must happen in our schools, our neighborhoods, and our local institutions. Knowledge is the first step. I'm a teacher. Education, education, education. We can go through the various SDGs, but I think that in summary, what I will do is say that we have 3 strategies that stand out. When we look at human rights and we look at developing sustainability, right? Embedding human rights education into our schools and civic programs. Applying human rights audits to city policies and budgets. I think everybody will agree to that. And building partnerships across sectors, as SDG 17 urges, to drive systematic change. The United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights may be global, but it comes alive locally by educating citizens, grounding governance in justice, and ensuring inclusion. We can make every city a place where human rights are not just promised, but lived. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mary. Mr.
I
Saha.
did it under 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mr. Saha.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rahul. And namaskar and good afternoon to you all. Distinguished panel members, colleagues, guests, and delegates. I'll briefly talk about Kathmandu Metropolitan's practices in contribution to human rights realization for the session, inclusive cities and informed citizens. So Kathmandu, Nepal's vibrant capital city in the Himalayas, is one of our oldest city and most densely populated urban center. We carry about 1/5 of country's urban population inside a living heritage valley that is changing fast. And our panel is titled Inclusive Cities and Informed Citizens. For Kathmandu, it is not a slogan, it is a plan of action. As a city, we have committed to sustainable development goals, the new urban agenda, and the Paris Agreement. But we also know and realize that human rights are realized locally in ward offices, classrooms, streets, and homes. That is why we launched 2 flagship initiatives, Gaurav Yojana and Swarnim Yojana, Pride and Golden projects, to advance human rights at the city level through actionable strategies, SDG-aligned innovation, and cross-sector collaboration. This conversation centers on what Kathmandu Metropolitan City is already doing. It focuses on the practical strategies the city has adopted, the free ambulance service 24/7 in 18 municipalities, rescue and rehabilitation of street residing citizens with Manav Seva Foundation, and the lawful reclamation of more than 25 acres of encroached public land for parks and sports spaces. It shows how civic education, legal frameworks, and inclusive governance reinforce one another in daily service delivery. Some other innovative initiatives are Book-Free Fridays, the Beautiful School projects, hostel rights bill for young people, and ward-level citizens legal help desks. To add on one of our initiative, over time, many encroachments can take a city away from its people. Through lawful clearance of illegal structures and occupations, we have recovered more than 20 acres across 100 locations. We are returning to these sites to public use as green spaces, parks, and sports facilities. The result is cleaner air, safer streets, and shared places for community life. Kathmandu's approach can be summarized in a single line. We try to make rights usable. Education gives people capability to act. Law gives people clear rules and real remedies. Inclusive governments makes the system open, responsive, and fair. When these 3 levers move together, progress becomes visible to residents and measurable for institutions. Kathmandu is ready to learn and ready to share. Thank you, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saha. Dr. Annie, What is your thought on this?
Yes, thank you very much. And it's so amazing to be here with so many young leaders. And when we talk about human rights in our cities, I believe that universities act as a launch pads. And they're not just about degrees or exams, but there are places where young people discover their voice and their ideas and begin to shape the societies that they will inherit in the future. So when we talk about how higher education contributes to human rights in the cities, these are the three things that we do. First of all, we build awareness, and in the classroom we connect theory to reality, and whether it's digital rights on social media or the right to safe environment, students learn that human rights are not abstract and that they actually are about streets that we walk and the air that we breathe and the dignity of people around us. And secondly, we build agency. So we give students opportunities to step into decision-making spaces, just such as youth council or civic internships. And thirdly, we build into action. Universities are like living labs. So when students design projects, whether it's gender equality or neurodivergent or disability inclusion or climate action, they're just not about doing the assignment, but they're really piloting solutions for the city around them. So when asked how can cities be more inclusive and how can citizens be more informed, my answer is by empowering young people through education and connects them knowledge with actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, fellow panelists. So I think a conclusion is that education plays a vital role everywhere. Like Elliot, he spoke about the chemical weapon. Now there is a talk about nuclear weapon. First place to get threat is city. So we should start talking about chemical weapon also. We should stop it and we should eradicate it. We should inform young people, policy maker, and decision maker regarding this kind of weapons that is destructive, that is, directly it's violating our human rights. Yeah, and I agree with Dr. Upadhyay. He said law are bridging the gap between city and the villages, like worrying about the traffic rules and all. These are how law can make resilient city. And Dr. Mary, of course, emphasized on the education. It's most important. I agree, totally agree on that. Most of our analysts said that. And yeah, Bhupdev Saha, he said they have initiated a flagship event. And interestingly, they are doing book free Friday, with children, they learn other activities. Maybe they can create a human rights group over there. And Dr. Annie, again, you emphasize on educating students on that, awareness in the classroom. We can start from there. Now, moving to the next question, I'll start with Dr. Elliot. So, Dr. Elliot, how do you see young changemaker shaping local governance and sustainability?
Young people are a massive part. They should be at the centre of all the conversations that take place. And Dr. Mary mentioned about SDG 17. That's actually my favourite goal out of all of them, because everything falls apart without it. You have to have partnerships. We have to work together in order to achieve these ambitious goals that have been set out. And as a part of that, what have we done as an organisation? So we've actually set up a youth ambassadors scheme. So we've got youth ambassadors now from over 50 countries that are working together, who are helping solve these issues, not just operationally, but strategically, which I think is really important. They're getting involved as activists, as civic leaders as well. As mentioned earlier today about young people being future leaders, and actually they're current leaders as well. I think that's really important to recognise. And in my work, I see a lot of great challenges, but when I come to events like this, I actually have great hope as well, being able to talk in some of the output sessions around the amazing work that you're doing, I actually see hope and vision in order to solve those problems, which is great to see. Other things that we've done is around roundtable initiatives, working with ministers, NGOs, and young people who are part of those conversations. They're actually part of the decision-making process. And one of the outputs was around the Chemical Weapons Covenant that we made, which is linked to the OPCW, which is aimed at individuals and organisations signing up to how their waste is treated, making sure as individuals that we're aware and we're responsible for what goes on, not just at a governmental level, at an individual level. And young people have had a say and shaped that policy, which is fantastic to see. So in terms of, just to summarise on that, I think it's important that young people are involved in co-design and all operations and are involved at that strategic level.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Lancaster. I'll directly jump to Dr. Upadhyay. So, Dr. Upadhyay, how do legal framework support interdisciplinary collaboration on rights implementation?
When we are talking in terms of interdisciplinary collaborations, is basically not that one domain will collaborate with other. Basically, when you see law, there are multiple domains involved. So even if there is a crime, there will be a person from forensic. There will be a person who will be discussing about maybe a rehab of the person victims. There may be somebody who is from agency, law enforcement. So there is definitely, whenever there is a legal thing or you're talking about law, there is interdisciplinarity that is always there. What is required is that in framing policies, let's take when the law was framed about disability in India, whether there was any kind of survey, any kind of thing that have been done before framing that law that was required. So a thorough understanding, maybe when I enter this house, usually whenever I enter a meeting place, I see how disabled friendly that place is. So you have ramps, the door open actually inside rather than opening outside, which is the basic norms when you're talking in terms of disability. And all those things I take care. So this same things we take care when we also discussing in class. So we call it clinical legal education or learning by doing. So there are a lot of methods, tabula rasa, fishbowl approach, jigsaw group methods. A lot of these big buzzwords names are there. But the overall objective of all this teaching is that's not a solo. Law is not just about law. It's about everything that is happening around. So it's about society. It's about history. It's about, there is a great movement in UK which talks about historical laws, what needs to be there, what needs to be removed. We also integrated a lot of these projects and programs in our core teaching, and we conducted around 500 such workshops in last, let's take 2 to 3 years. And one just very brief, maybe another 30 seconds, I'd like to emphasize on something, which is not just interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary, but a stakeholder perspective of human rights. So the government wanted in India that they should design cities for people who are slum dwellers, who are living in slums. They have designed the city, they have constructed the city, they have also allotted the city to these slum people. Still, they are staying in slums. When asked what, there was another survey and a research which was done. And it was found that they have actually given that property which government has given them on rent, and they're staying in slums. So you making law and your government doing anything will not make a difference, neither in city, neither in village, till the time you do not go through and find out support from each and every stakeholders. Who will do that? Government will not come and tell about law to everyone. They will have official gazette, okay, law is there, it's published, go ahead. So the responsibility comes to law professors and law teachers, legal aid clinics, street law projects, that now you go and tell that, okay, government is doing this for you, and if you are renting it out, maybe you will lose this property. They will not do it. So there are a lot of these kind of things that is possible, I think, and we definitely requires forensic science experts to come and teach law students. We require sociologists and psychologists to come and teach law students. We cannot say that it is in isolation. We will just read sections and articles. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Upadhyay. Now, I have a question to Dr. Mary. Dr. Mary, how can education be used as preventive tools against human rights violation?
Thank you very much. And I'm going to take the liberty of going back to the first question you answered, which was the second question, the second part of that question. If we truly want to transform our cities into true engines of human rights and inclusion, I'm a teacher. We need to go back to the basics. And what are the basics within every city? We are all basically entitled to the 30 human rights enlisted in the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That's all good and well, because every student I've ever asked, do you want human rights? Everybody has said yes. And the second question is, that's great. So what are they? And that's where the conversation falls down. So if we truly want to build cities, realizing that every city is so diverse, wonderfully diverse in cultures, religions, backgrounds, and today they are really diverse all over the world. We really need to bring it back down to the foundation. We really need to make sure that every single one of our citizens, from young to old, including people with gray hair, know and respect the 30 Universal Declaration, the 30 human rights enlisted in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's a starting point. It's if we have an argument within a home, within a school, within anywhere, we have to be able to start somewhere. This is a starting point for us to build true inclusive human rights engines within our cities. So I suggest that you take a look at our program, youthforhumanrights.org. We've taken some time to make little videos, and I'm going to end this very quickly by sharing one of those little videos, which is article number 2 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Enjoy.
Joe. Stevens. Hey, okay. I'll take him right there. All right, thank you. Thank you. Here.
So my answer is don't discriminate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mary. Now, I have a question to Mr. Saha. What practical challenges do local governments face in championing human rights?
Thank you. I think we do have a lot of challenges. I think all the local government bodies around the world do have, I believe so. So I'll talk about a couple of the challenges. The first challenge, I think the local bodies government face is, I think, the budget, limitation of budget and the resources, as well as technical constraints. And second is, I think, in all of the countries around the world, they have different tiers of government. And second is dilemma and confusion with the role and responsibilities. So we do have those confusions. So regarding rights, rules, and responsibilities. And the third is, so we are talking about global goals and international treaties over here. So local bodies do face the lack of specific expertise that the global goals are related to the objective. We don't have those specific expertise in our city. And the last and the bitter truth is, and political leadership do lack deficits in implementing plans and policies, and bureaucracy has some inertia. It doesn't want to function. So these are the couple of challenges I would like to say. Thank you.
I totally agree. The bureaucratic red tape and leadership intention not promoting human rights. So yeah, I totally agree on that. Last question to Dr. Annie. In your experience, how does integrating sustainable development goals in curricula translate to local action?
Thank you very much. So I like to think of the SDGs as a bridge linking between the global aspiration and local realities. So the key is localization. So when we introduce SDGs in the classroom, we encourage the students to map the issues right out with what's happening, what's going on right in front of our campus gate. So we work a lot with communities nearby, and for example, we have projects that we're teaming up with Coca-Cola and Trash Lucky to recycle. It's a recycling project, and also food waste, turning them into a compost. And all these projects, I've seen that the students they initiate these projects, and then they learn through doing, and eventually the students become translators of the SDGs. They bring a very big technical goal and all of these, like, complicated issues down to a more like a simple everyday language, and they run workshops in our schools and nearby primary schools or neighboring temples or community centers, and explaining about the sustainability, what it means in the people's daily lives, and showing that everyone can take part. So integrating the SDG isn't about adding another subject in our curriculum, that here's another subject that you need to learn about SDGs, but actually it's about giving students the tool and the mindset to transform the global frameworks into local action. So universities are not ivory tower, and we bridges and we connect students to society and global ideas to local action, and knowledge to justice. And when students see themselves as part of this bridge, they become not just learners, but change makers and change agents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all the panelists, for an insightful answer. Now, I would like to open the floor. We'll take a couple of questions. So I'll try to, not try to make it, I'll make it gender balance. So I'm expecting some questions from females and some from the males. You can raise your hand if you have any questions. All right. Okay, I'll start from there.
I would like to ask a question from Dr. Mary. Dr. Mary, what role do you believe that international youth forums like this can play in amplifying the voices of Afghan women who are denied access to education and basic freedoms?
All right, thank you so much. I'll take one more question. All right.
Do I have the permission?
Yeah,
okay.
Make it very short.
I'll make it very short. One of the 2 points to make, one is like when I was in Indonesia, I was leaving for the airport. I asked one of my colleagues, when is the right time to leave? And she told me, my boy, it depends on the traffic. So when you're talking about cities and that congestion or the overpopulation crowding, it is open to all of the panelists. What is the way out? Because designing cities and considering the rural will be left behind, like Rahul said, the 70%, right? Second point is, I would add on what Dr. Mary has said. Last decade, we talked about involving youths in decision-making at UN Geneva. It was around 2015, right? So now we can see the manifestation like youths are being involved. My suggestion, one very humble, so I don't know it's under UN policy or not, why don't we include like 10 child representatives in the coming IOIFs so that we groom them, what Dr. Mary has already said, right from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have answer in your question also, and thank you for the recommendation. I'll take one more question. All right. Okay, from this corner, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Ibrahim Kocagöz. I'm based in Bangkok since 7 years. I'm working for the engineering company, the biggest one, and we are doing, of course, smart cities, collecting the data. So my question is, of course, to Kuneni about the PDPA. Is it PDPA, personal data protection? Is it really covering the needs for the human rights? And what do you think about the implementation of the PDPA in Thailand? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mary, you had a direct question. I would like to start from you.
Sure, that's an excellent question. And, you know, I'm a teacher. So we have to start with the voice that we can start with. The person who can stand up, the person who can speak out, like you just did there so eloquently. Thank you. The point is that I think that everybody in the world knows 10 people. So if one voice, one lonely voice speaks out and inspires 10 people to know their human rights, to know that they have human rights, etc., or whatever of all these issues, so very well presented here. If each one of those 10 people are inspired by that education, by that message, they too will reach out to the 10 people they know. And very quickly, I'm not no math expert here, but very quickly, exponentially, 1 becomes 10, 10 becomes 100, etc., etc. So you have to start with the voice that you have. You have to start with what you can say, do what you can do, which you're doing so very well and so commendably, and don't give up. Try to reach 10, but don't just give them information and say, please learn these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not inspiring. Truly inspire the people that you reach, because it's impossible to stop somebody who's inspired and excited about something. Isn't that true? You can't shut them up. They're going to go out and say, oh, did you know? I learned this, or I learned this at school, or whatever. So if you truly inspire 10 people, they truly inspire 10. Believe me, it'll go around the world very fast.
Thank you so much. There was a question from gentleman from Turkey. So any of our panelists, so you want to
go ahead? Okay, so it's about traffic management and how cities facing brunt of a lot of people coming to cities. First is that COVID has actually taught all of us is work from home. There are a lot of jobs for which you do not actually require to go to office and you can work from home. That's actually being done a lot in the place where I live, Gurgaon and Noida. So that is one thing. Other is the public transport needs to be worked on. If everybody is going by car, this would definitely put a lot of traffic on the street. So once Noida Metro was there was some relief, but again, there will be more population will come, more threshold of people will be there. Then again, you have to think of another methods and means. There are more like, in Europe, there are cycling zones. In India, if there is cycling zone, I'll tell you, you will never find anybody cycling there. So this is also not just about cities talking in terms of traffic, but also sustainability. Sustainable transport needs to be thought of. Odd and even scheme were there in Delhi where odd number vehicles will go on this day and even number to reduce the number of vehicles on street. Other is one biggest problem, that is rescue. So whenever there is an accident happens anywhere, it takes a lot of time to rescue and it pulls a lot of people on street, then you are in problem. Whereas it happens through private vehicles as well. Public vehicles can also face the same problem. So rescue operations, rescue teams should work fine to reduce this amount of traffic. And last is town planning needs to be done proper. I have seen towns where there is such roads, there cannot be two vehicles that they can drive together if they're coming from opposite side. So it's automatically a single lane driving. but people do the double lane driving there. So these are some of the examples and by which we can reduce, but there is, sometimes there are some problems which you cannot remove properly. You can only have a medicine for that disease. That disease will always remain. So cars and everything will remain. People like me, if I get more money, I may buy another car. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Bade. Okay, all right, we have gentleman from the behind. Up.
Yeah, we have one more question.
Oh, sorry. So any of our panelists who want to answer the question asked by the gentleman from Turkey?
No, it was to Annie. Yeah.
Yes, it was about PDPA in Thailand, and I believe that it was enforced in 2022. Well, actually, the compliance is still improving, but I think for local organizations, it's still catching up. So what we should do is that to have the safeguard built from the very start, not afterthought. And also, probably there should be a strong rule on the notification and also accountability for the city operators. Thank you.
All right, I saw a hand raising from just behind the gentleman. Yeah, you.
Hello, am I audible? Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Zachary Wilson A. De Leon from the Philippines. And so my question is actually addressed to the rest of the panel, so those who are available to answer may do so. My question is, in the journey that you have in trying to impact from various different fields, albeit from chemical weapons, legal frameworks, education, local governance, and the like, is there a factor or factors that you think the general public severely undermines or takes for granted? And if there are any, how would you like us, the youth, to assist you in addressing these issues so not only will they be alleviated, but the youth will be empowered to actually be more inspired to tackle these issues themselves as well? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for your question. Dr. Elliott?
I don't mind taking that. So in the UK, I'm sure it's the same pretty much everywhere else in the world. The main issue I have is communication. Nobody talks to each other. Nobody wants to talk to each other. And if we did talk to each other, we'd probably solve a lot of the world's problems, wouldn't we? But when it comes to youth, I think it's important to look at digital tools and communication techniques. And after the last summit, we actually had Vihara, if anyone knows Vihara, is actually taken on our Instagram feed and a lot of our digital communication in order to make sure it's from a youth perspective, making sure that we are communicating and contacting people in the right way and getting them involved in that discussion. So that's a tangible output that we've had.
I just pitch in for 30 seconds maybe, and there is a lot of debate on mental health around the globe, but I also find the more we are debating, we have more mental health issues. Not because we are debating and discussing this, but because of loneliness that is there, especially in cities. So people are not talking to each other, they're not going to play, and this is, so I agree with you, Elliot.
Yeah, indeed, city is crowded, but it's lonely. So any questions? All right. Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. Yes, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ayana Tasha and I'm coming from Indonesia, one of the representative group from the indigenous. So my questions will be, globally, we know that half of our populations for the urban is the youth, but many of them still lack of access to quality education and networks needed for meaningful participations. And I believe that when we talk about inclusive city, we mention and we must understand about the meaningful participations. So my questions will be delivered to Dr. Mary. How do you think our government, private sector, and also our youth-led movements collaborate to strengthen youth education and networks? Because without networks, those underprivileged youth is still having a big gap compared to the youth who are living with privilege in terms of financial and also access to education. Thank you.
Wow, that's a really, really good question. And I've gone out of my way to visit and interact with and learn from many indigenous communities around the world, different ones. And it truly is a problem. I think that, again, as I said earlier, you now know that you have the knowledge, you now have seen that as a problem. If you are courageous, if you just stand up like you just did and speak out, but speak out with passion, really inspire the next people to speak to the next people and just get the message heard. One voice alone, I'm a little old lady with a big mission, and one voice alone doesn't go very far. But if you inspire just a few, and then they inspire a few more, that message, which is very important, will reach. And there are technologies where it is possible to actually get internet access into many communities. There is tremendous technology out there that is actually available. That can reach very far and connect people and make these things available. It's just that we need to get the people who need it to be inspired enough and to know that they have a voice. And that's where you come in, that they have importance, that they have a voice, and that they just need to have just that courage to just take that next step and be willing to stand up and speak out. So thank you for standing up, and thank you for being here, and thank you for speaking out.
Now I'll take 2 more questions, then we'll wrap up this session. Somebody? All right, yeah, please, you.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Suva VC and I'm from Nepal. So as we're talking about inclusive cities and informed citizens, which can only be realized when human rights and child rights are fully respected, yet in times of emergencies, whether natural disasters, migration, or economic crisis, children are often pushed to exploitation labor, losing both their protection and their education. So globally, 160 million children are in child labor, with risk increasing in fragile urban contexts, and in Nepal, about 1.1 million children are involved in child labor, many in hazardous sectors, domestic work, and urban informal labor. So my question is for Dr. Mary. What global practices can be adapted at the municipal and local governance level in countries like Nepal to ensure the protecting children and child labor that becomes a core part of human rights responses in cities, alongside with inclusive education and legal safeguard? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. PC. I'll collect some questions. Yeah. Okay, Miss from there.
1 second. Hello everyone, my name is Marta. I'm a delegate from Ukraine. And my question is like this. Given Russian repeated violation of international and humanitarian law, is a chemical weapon unit working with global institutions to ensure effective monitoring and accountability in preventing to use chemical weapons in Ukraine? And as young people in Ukraine, is there a way for us to support or contribute to such efforts? Thank you.
All right. Dr. Mary, you want to quickly answer the questions from the Nepali delegate?
Well, you should almost answer it. But,
oh, yeah.
But you want to go ahead?
Oh, no, please go ahead.
Okay.
It was for you.
I think that you touch on something that's a real passion for me. Thank you very much for the question. So I'm a teacher. Everybody knows that by now. And what we really need is to mandate human rights education in all our educational facilities. That's not my idea. That was actually the United Nations in 1948 when this document was actually adopted. The point is this. We need to teach those human rights to those children that is in the classrooms when they are in the classrooms. When the emergency happens, if that child had already learned that they had basic human rights, they at least would have the confidence to stand up and say, I don't think this is right, and at least have some voice in that thing. That goes for child soldiers, that goes for human trafficking, that goes across. You've really touched a nerve with me. This is my passion. The point is that when we teach human rights in the classroom, we reach the children before those atrocities happen. Right? In the classroom, we have the potential victims, we have the potential perpetrators, and we have the potential users. Sounds terrible, but it's the fact, right? So that's why it's so important for us to get around this idea that we have to teach these human rights concepts in a way that is possible, like I just showed you, to children very early on, before the emergency happens or whatever.
All right, thank you so much. We have a question regarding chemical weapon and others. I think Dr. Elliott, you can answer
I'm
this.
happy to answer that one. So there's actually an organisation that's set up specifically for that purpose that's been operating for decades now, and that's the OPCW. And they work on a regional basis. So each country has their own regional office in which they can work with industry and monitor and protect. So if there's an instance that happens, that gets reported regionally and then to the OPCW directly. In terms of what they can do about it, they can send out inspectors who then go out and then monitor the sites, who then work with that particular government. They might issue fines and penalties as well, but it works in a very similar way to other weapons breaches in that sense. But there's, I can definitely talk to you about the OPCW process afterwards, because we are about to wrap up.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, Dr. Elliott. Dear panelists, I would like you to wrap up your concluding remarks in 1 minute. All right, please.
Well, just to quickly wrap up, so it's as we've listened to all the esteemed panelists, we can see that education is a very foundational, and it's very important for all the youth to start with, to understand the human rights. And as just Dr. Mary just said, like, you know, they need to learn about their own human rights first, before they can have a voice. They can stand up to say that, okay, this is not right, and this is something that belongs to me, that this is something that I am entitled. So as the higher education institution in Thailand, there are roughly about 30 to 40 students, college students, who are first generation, whom their parents did not go to college. And at Ratchapat universities across Thailand, we accounted about 40 to 50%. So we're working very hard on the SDG 4, quality education, and we try to make sure that education reaches out not only particular group of people, but to expand across all groups of people. And also in terms of technology, we have made use of them and trying to create online and on-demand platforms to make these education reach to all groups of people in Thailand. Thank you.
I would like to add on Ms. Suva. I think she brought up a very important issue, and I would like to comment on it. I don't see much problem in policy, law and rules. I see there is a problem in implementing the law. I think it can be done through high level of political willpower, and I request everyone here, I think some maybe in government, some maybe in development agencies, and I think we should push our leaders. We should push our political leaders to enforce the law at the best possible level, so that the laws can actually be laws. Thank you.
To me, it's all summed up in 3 words: education, education, education. Thank you.
So for me, it's more than 3 words. I'm not that great in terms of summarizing. I'll just say one thing, human rights not a responsibility of state, NGO. It's a responsibility of every one of us. So when you are at this forum, go back and start something. When I was a law student, I started a campaign with some of my students, an online campaign, which does not cost me much, known as Breaking Stereotypes, gender campaign, which reaches around 10 to 15 million people. So the reach was good. So what you can do of your own, you can work, no doubt, at forums, at places which will talk about human rights, which will work about human rights, but what you can do, maybe you can create a video, awareness video of traffic laws, maybe on gender rights, cyber awareness, anything. Maybe you will find that there are only 50 or 100 viewers for the first few months, few days, few years maybe, and then suddenly you'll find there are a lot of people who are referring to your work. So you are making contribution, whatever level you are able to do that. Let's take a very good question started off mental health. Why not start a self-help group of mental health where you are 10, 15 people who are normal, definitely. And you are asking or you're giving services free of cost to anybody who is facing some kind of distress. Maybe just talking to them will resolve their problem. So everyone has to work. When you move out of this room tomorrow after end of this program, you should have a plan of action for yourself. That's the youth. So you first stand for yourself and then stand for your community and your nation. Thank you very much.
Just as a final call to action, really, reach out to one another. From last year, we've grown a lot as an organisation. We've made a much bigger exponential difference since the last event. So from a selfish point of view, it's great to be back to be able to grow even more, make a bigger difference, to building on Dr. Mary's exponential impact points, but to also stay in touch with each other and see the change that you're going to make. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, all of my panelists. So in conclusion, human rights can be practiced and implemented when education, law, and local leadership come together to serve people, not just the system. So I believe this is the conclusion that we're trying to say. So law, education, and government, if they come together, then we can implement and practice human rights. Thank you so much to our incredible panelists, Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, Dr. Elliot Lancaster, Mr. Bhuvdev Saha, Dr. Nitish Kumar Upadhyay, Miss Annie. You guys just didn't speak what you know. You speak from your experiences. I really appreciate that. And we had amazing participation from the full floor. And I'm so happy that we had so many questions from the female participation. I'm very happy for that. And also thank you so much to our tech team. And at the end, inclusive city aren't just built in overnight. They are built by the informed citizens. So ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, distinguished guests, let's get united to promote human rights and responsibilities. Your human rights, my responsibilities, my human rights, your responsibilities. Thank you so much. It was really amazing panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rahul KC and our remarkable panelists for the dialogue that was enlightening as well as inspiring, offering us both knowledge and vision for action. We do have the token of appreciation. May I request Mr. Rahul KC and Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu to honor our panelists with the token of appreciation. I request our panelists to come forward to receive the token of appreciation. Mr. Rahul KC and Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu to honor our panelists. Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu, Mr. Bhupadev Shah, please come forward on the stage so that Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu can honor you with the token of appreciation. Big round of applause. One more time, Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, Dr. Elliot Lancaster, MBE, Mr. Bhupadeep Shaha, Professor Nitish Kumar Upadhyay, and Dr. Annie Napastri Suwana Zothe. Thank you so much for your amazing, amazing vision. We are already behind the schedule, so I request you to be a little bit faster. Thank you so much. After an insightful discussion in our first panel, we now move from the realm of the inclusive cities to a theme that is actively shaping the future of our societies. It is time to turn our attention to the intersection of technology, ethics, and youth leadership, a conversation that will explore how innovation and responsibility come together to empower the next generation. With that, we are honored to welcome Dr. Venkatesh Rao, founder of Youth Corp Malaysia, whose expertise and leadership have brought together a remarkable group of voices for this dialogue and will be coordinating this panel. It is my privilege to invite our distinguished panelists to join us on the stage. As I call your name, may I kindly request you to come forward and take your seats on the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Sean Richard, Global Goals Ambassador, United Nations Association of the United States. Mr. Des Teso, Government Affairs Director for Microsoft Thailand and Vietnam. Jennifer Villalobos, Chief Digitalization Business Officer at World Corporation. Mr. Nuthapon Rathi, Head of Experimentation UNDP Thailand. Lastly, Dr. Tommaso Maggio, Education Specialist and Cultural Wellness Advisor. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause as they take their place on the stage. With that, it is my honor to hand over this session to our coordinator, Dr. Rao, who will lead us through this critical conversation. Dr. Rao, the floor is yours.
Test mic. Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony, for being a wonderful person for the day. And ladies and gentlemen, my very good afternoon to all of you. I don't hear any good afternoons from y'all. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Louder, please. Thank you. Wonderful. That shows the spirits of youth. Am I right? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think since it's an international youth forum, I was just telling some of my colleagues that let us just make it more vibrant. Do you all want it to be dull or vibrant? Vibrant. There goes the proof of being youthful. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Please give a big hand to all of you all first. Thank you. Ladies, gentlemen, and my dear friends, we have a wonderful session today for y'all. When they gave me this topic, I was very much enthusiasm that I want to do it. And the topic is very simple. So much more a topic which is very closely related to each and every one of us over here, which is youth and the artificial intelligence for good or for bad. Let's see it today afternoon, all right? Okay? Empowering the next generation to drive ethical innovation for human rights and sustainable development. With regards to this particular topic, we have wonderful speakers with us today, bringing forth to you from the world, ladies and gentlemen, just not around nearby, from the United States, from the other countries around the globe, in order to give the best opinions to all of us. All right?
without wasting time, let me go ahead to introduce my speakers. Let me start with the guy on my right-hand side, which is Mr. Shan Schrader. Mr. Shan is the Global Goals Ambassador with the United Nations of America, working tirelessly to engage young people in advancing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Actually, his introduction is very long. Not only him, everybody's introduction here I saw is very long. But to cut short, I'm just telling you all the main one as well. Are you all okay with that? I hope you all don't mind me. Okay, right? Mr. Shan. Next, you okay? Yeah. Next to Mr. Shan is Dr. Tommaso Maggio. Dr. Tommaso is the education specialist and cultural wellness advisor who brings unique insights into how AI intersects with education, culture, and human well-being. Can you see how connected it is with us? Am I right, sir? Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big hand. Wonderful. And on my left, which you have Mr. Natapan Ratty. All right. Mr. Ratty is the head of experimental at the UNDP Thailand, who is pioneering the new ways to align with technology policy for inclusive development. Please give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That's the way. I hear some nice sounds. That makes me to stay awake. Yeah? And then we have a wonderful lady, Ms. Jennifer Villalobos, correct? Chief Digitalization Business Officer at Asset World Corporation, driving digital transformation across industries with a focus on innovation and people. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a very, very big hand to welcome all of them. Are you all ready, guys and girls? Are you all ready? I don't hear a sound. Are you all ready? A big yes, please. Thank you. Shows that you all are awake. Thank you very much. Okay, we will start with the first speaker, Mr. Shen. Can you go ahead? Before that, let me just guide through, beloved speakers. We have 3 minutes for each and every one to start off introducing about your topics, and then we follow with each question, each for about 2 minutes, and then we will open up the floor for a quick Q&A. Is that okay? Thank you very much. Let's start with Mr. Shen. Go ahead, sir.
Alrighty, well, good afternoon, everybody. It is so great to be with you. It's hard to follow that kind of energy, but I want to make sure everybody's good. Can I get a thumbs up from everybody? Everybody feeling good? Okay, very nice. It is so great to be with you all today. I'm Sean Schrader from the United States. I've been fortunate to serve as a Global Goals Ambassador with the United Nations Association of the United States, and it's really exciting to be here in Thailand. Quite a trek from Florida in the United States, quite a few time zones, but it is very well worth it. And it's been a very, very inspiring day. My journey into this kind of work has not been anything that's been linear or really planned out. And I think that's what kind of motivates me and makes me even more excited about this work. I went to college a few years ago doing my undergrad in business management, and I really thought I was going to focus primarily only on business into the future. And as I went through college, I began to realize the power that could come from other forms of engagement, particularly with youth and governance, sustainability, and really creating a more collective future. And then on top of that, the power that comes from making change at the local level, how you can take change away from great summits like this and affect positive impact within your own community. So I'm excited today to talk about some of the ways we've been able to do that and hopefully leave you with a little energy and some inspiration as we move forward. So thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Shen. Can we go ahead next with Dr. Tommaso Maggio?
Yes, we can. All right. Thank you, everybody, for having me here. So I'm based in Bangkok, but originally from Italy. I just flew back last night. And so I have a lot of experience working with the university. I developed program from Italy to Mexico to Thailand, and working with the organization to developing the crossover between what means develop youth in the term of building, team building, you know, how to be cohesive, how to have be together. And I use design thinking and technology, because without being critical in our way of creating new things, so we can believe that everything we read on the web can be true. So critical thinking is a national skill. That's why even when you use new tech, any sort of new tech, it's important to split problem, analyze it. That's what we do with all my students, is always go back to basic before driving and diving into any tool. So from serving to where you are and understand who you are. Only when you really understand who you are at this moment, when you realize how powerful you can be, then you can move forward and initiate a communication with others. So thank you for having me here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Tomaso. That is very inclusive, a lot of values, I suppose. Thank you very much, sir. And next, can we move forward to Mr. Natapan Rati, please?
Thank you. My name is Natapan Rati. It's a very mouthful title. I'm head of experimentation at the Accelerator Lab of UNDP Thailand. Accelerator Lab is kind of a network that we have more than 90 labs all over the place, all over the world. So that there are people like me in almost all the countries. Our role is not just, when talking about innovation, it's not just technology. Innovation is like doing new things in a new way. But sometimes it could be old thing, but you do in the new ways that it could solve the problem. So at the Accelerator Lab, we have funny title like Head of Experimentation, Head of Solutions Mapping, and Head of Exploration, because we believe that the solution already exists in the area. We just not find it yet. So that's why we need a big network so that we can work together. We go seek the solution in the grassroots, in area, and that we throw it together. And thanks to AI, it's like a new toys for me. I just grab all the things, put things together, and voila, generate new thing. Maybe it might not work, but okay, if you work only 10% or even 1%, you do a lot of experimentation, and if you succeed in one thing, it might solve the world problem. So that is kind of my role at the UNDP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ratty. That shows how innovation is very important with regards to the AI, I suppose. And next, can we move to Ms. Jennifer?
Well, good afternoon, Savadi Ka Tukon. Put ภาษาไทยนิดหน่อย นิดหน่อยค่ะ Okay, so I've been in Thailand for 6 ปี, which is 6 years. And in the past 6 years, I've taken on big roles in corporate, mainly helping a lot of legacy businesses that existed before the internet did to come up to life in digital, right? And so it existed in a pretty structured, very easy, simple career path that I followed, right? Which is helping a lot of companies create platforms, develop applications. But one of the things that I've always been very, very worried about while I've been on this side, because I work with Google as well, was how are we actually helping the future generation of leaders think about the impact of technology in a way that is meaningful? And if you look at it this way, when I came in around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a group from the Philippines in the back that were playing around with TikTok and Instagram and, you know, pretty much creating content. And I always have the question, as youth, are you a content creator? Are you a content consumer? And where that sits. It's always pondered me. But right now with AI, this is a very, very different leap. We're no longer talking about how you use ChatGPT, how you use Grok, you know, those conversations are outdated. This is not about creating agentic AI, understanding lateral thinking, understanding even analytical. If you really zoom out, what's happening right now is that we're in an age that AI is actually starting to code itself, and it's called the era of self-recursive learning. It's learning how to create and learn autonomously. So if anybody understands the concept of a polymath is somebody who understands very deep, very complex topics very easily, right? Philosophy, math, science, technology. That is what AI can do in a split of a second right now. The question for this forum, and we hope we can get into it, is as leaders, you have a window to decide how are we going to wake up in this new era of superintelligence and define the guardrails. What is going to be your audacity to challenge? What is going to be your responsibility, your moral responsibility to ensure that we have AI deployed in the areas that are meaningful? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jennifer. It's so much related with our topic today. And sometimes listening to this, I feel that there's a lot of things that we are probably missing out in a way where I personally feel that AI is something very good that everyone is looking at it, but we are not looking at the lacking, or we are not looking at the negative impacts like what Ms. Jennifer have just mentioned. Either you're a content creator or you're a content consumer. This is a very big dilemma, I think, is throughout in the world, not only in specific countries, but I see it being everywhere, I suppose. All right. And Ms. Jennifer, can we start with the first question with you? Okay. With regards to what you have spoken earlier, in the private sector where you see digitalization is moving so fast, what are the risk factors you see youth wisers are excluded from the decision making of the AI? Thank you.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, this is about a window. The technology sector knows very, very well how to utilize youth to create products. Number one, we know how to do this. This is how social media was created. You see it right now in the Senate. There are challenges, like Mark Zuckerberg was just challenged because of the issues of bullying and, getting AI serving the right content. So from a technology and even in the private sector, we're very good at looking at profitability, right? And we've been doing this for years. With AI, I think we have a window because nobody really understands the impact of what's to come. And I say this not in a scary way, but in a very insightful and opportunistic way for this generation to think about. If we look at it this way, right? There have been 3 areas where humans have been able to understand themselves differently and really understand their role on this earth and pretty much everything, right? The first one was Illuminism. It gave us the scientific method. It allows us to understand and question beyond religion. The second one was the digital revolution, which I think we all lived, right? We created the internet. We created that genie. We pushed it out of the bottle, and now we're in this situation. Now we have the third one. And the third one is what I call the era of superintelligence. And I would like to make this analogy because my daughter keeps on asking me, what does this mean, Mommy? I'm going, well, imagine that for years we have been driving this car, and suddenly we're handing the keys of the car to a co-pilot that hasn't proven themselves, but suddenly can drive the car faster, better, with absolutely no accidents at 200 kilometers per hour while it's actually creating a new engine and a new car. That is what it is, right? And so in that case, I think about what are the skills that we need to think? Yes, of course, technical skills are important. I'm not going to say they're not. Coding is important, but I like to say that for youth, if they really want to think about having a voice that is non-biased inside the corporate world, is to take ownership now by focusing on championing their own cause. And the first one is, I have three very simple things. Number one, champion your cause, right? So for example, if you ask AI right now to solve world hunger, well, how do you think it's going to do it with superintelligence? Logically, it may come up to say, I know how to do that. And they can turn us into happy, blissful potatoes, right? We don't want that. A better question is, as a championing your cause, okay, can you help me develop a system that helps solve world hunger by developing, right, a prioritization that takes human needs first, that takes policy first, that takes access first? These are things that can happen now. The prompt makers are in this room. You don't have to be the technologist developing the platform alone. You actually have to create the content and create the roles. And so I think that's an opportunity. The second one, which I see happen a lot, is what's the difference between a commander and a conductor, like an orchestra conductor? An orchestra conductor pretty much is very good at aligning and utilizing different tools to have harmony, right? It's the same with AI. I believe that what happens a lot when we just give instruction to the AI to be one thing, to command, and this is super intelligent AI. So we command it like top down, very, very old school. Do this. It's not going to work anymore. It really is not going to work anymore. The super intelligence behind these entities, as I like to call them, because they're no longer just algorithms, they're entities, are going to really need us to solve for that alignment dilemma that we have, and understand that we need to make the AI work in our favor, making it human first, right? So that's the other one. And then last but not least, one that's really important is how many of you have gotten feedback from your parents to make sure you learn AI. It's got the FOMO. You get the streams on Instagram saying if you don't learn, you're going to be completely irrelevant. Well, that's just creating a lot of commercialization. But the real question is it important to be a coder or is it important to be a connector? And a connector is somebody that can connect the dots. Okay, AI, so you just developed this amazing system to solve world hunger. But let me ask you a couple of questions. Who's going to get access to it first? How are we going to monetize it? How are we going to make sure that this doesn't actually impact Nepal with more child slave labor? Right? These are the questions that nobody is asking in AI, and I think there's a lot of ethical dilemma, but there's an opportunity for you to do it so. So in a nutshell, for that question, the biggest risk is actually gone as long as you stop being a consumer of the technology alone, and the biggest opportunity is here as long as you go ahead and start championing your own cause as an orchestrator and as a connector of AI.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jennifer. I think there's a lot of insights in that, especially guiding the youths and the youngsters on how AI can be used in a much more beneficial way. Next, moving on to Mr. Rati. So how do we balance rapid technological growth with the need of the ethical safeguards and inclusive development in your perspective, sir?
Okay, let me start it by this. We live in the, the time where my friend as a regional office saying this, that we split into time of BC and CE. And you know what BC stands for? Before ChatGPT. And, then CE is a ChatGPT or Copilot era. So this is kind of, we are all in, AI is kind of reducing the distance between all of us here because we now are students in the same class learning to use generative AI together. ChatGPT just was publicly released on November 2022, so it's just less than 3 years. But it's developed so fast that this is kind of according to Moore's law that technology, the number of ICs kind of double every 2 years, something like that. But now I think even faster. Every time I refresh my browser, every time I wake up in the morning, I saw news thing about AI. So the big question is that how sustainable development gonna go along with this? Sustainable mean that you meet the today needs without undermining the ability of future generation to meet theirs. But how can AI help us do that? So AI is not going to replace us, but AI is the tool that can amplify our ability to do that. And let me start it by this. I'm not sure anyone is kind of a science fiction fan, but let me borrow something from Isaac Asimov sci-fi. He come up with what we call 3 laws of robotics. Basically, the first one, robot must not harm a human or let a human come to harm through inaction. Second, a robot must follow human orders unless those orders break the first rule. And third, a robot must protect itself as long as that doesn't conflict with the first and the second rules. Now, of course, this comes from science fiction, but I think this is kind of good analogy how we should think of AI as AI governance. Simple, clear guardrail that put human in the safety and well-being first. So UN's approach on this evolved from thing called AI for good, kind of toward building guardrail for the safety. And in 2024, we have Global Digital Compact and Governing AI for Humanity report were adapted to shape the inclusive AI governance. And recently, UNESCO's AI ethics standard, which is endorsed by 193 member states, which is set the baseline that do no harm, transparency, and human oversight. So this is kind of the thing that we need AI governance to make it set the rule for that. But we cannot wait that until the rule come into place. It's kind of on the job training. We work, we learn it together, we do it together. But when using AI, Just like Jennifer just mentioned, it's not that we use AI to find the answer, but we have to use AI with the goal in mind to ensure that sustainable development is developed. I got this idea from my colleague, Dr. Pat Pataranutarapon, the MIT researcher at MIT Media Lab. He used the concept of human flourishing and cyborg psychology. Cyborg psychology doesn't mean that we become cyborg, but AI become a part of ourselves, like extend our ability to do things better, but with the goal in mind that we must have human flourishing. So it's not that ask the question, how can AI find the better answer for us? But I would like to ask, how can AI make us become wiser? So we have to keep this thing in mind, have the AI governance, and make sure that AI makes us become wiser. So this is kind of the answer from me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ratty. Two things that we pick up over here. Do not harm. Do not harm whom? Yourself and everyone. That's the most important thing, all right? The question that you got to keep asking yourself while you're using AI, is it harming me? Yes or no? I don't hear any answers. Yes or no? That answer is to yourself, not to me. Okay. And then coming up, the next thing which we also learned up from Mr. Ratty was how AI can make us much more wiser is something that we got to keep in mind. Thank you very much, sir. Next, can I move to Mr. Sen? And the question for you, Mr. Sen, how do you see youth shaping values and human rights principles behind AI development, sir?
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I was fortunate about a year and a half ago. So where I'm based in the United States, a place called Tampa Bay in Florida, a very, very strong market for business development and growth and those types of things. So there are a lot of major organizations that are, both very well known in the U.S. and really throughout the world that are headquartered there, do a lot of work there. So I led a research tour to understand how some of these corporations and businesses were going to be utilizing AI technology in their work and how they thought the future of workforce might be involved in this. And every single company that I met with talked about how they thought, especially for emerging leaders, those coming out of college, those beginning work in the workforce, that their jobs would not necessarily be eliminated, but the scope of their work would be refined as AI technology would be able to help with some of the redundant processes and some of the more tedious tasks that you could find in some of these activities. And that was about a year and a half ago. Ever since then, have definitely seen that accelerated in a lot of different ways, both in the personal organizations I worked with and just, in a lot of media reports and other findings, I think, that are more widespread. And I share that story because I think it goes directly then into how youth can be having an active voice in shaping this kind of stuff. I think a lot of it goes back to, being at forums like this, right, which is very, very exciting. But I also recognize that there are a lot of youth maybe who are not as fortunate to be able to do something like this, to be able to travel, to be able to have opportunities for access. And so I think then that's where it really comes in to storytelling and talking about your own personal goals. I think storytelling is often overlooked as a powerful tool of both being able to relate to others as well as understand kind of a personal perspective. And I think as it relates to AI, it was talked about earlier, as it relates to big tech companies and larger organizations, how they're shaping this work. I think being able to engage with stakeholders, learn some of those advocacy skills, learn those storytelling ideas, and developing a core framework that kind of aligns with AI for good is very, very important. And I think then the other piece is engaging your colleagues and motivating others. I think that, there are some young people I meet, it's kind of a mixed bag, 33%, I'd call it. 33% are very excited about AI, use it for everything. 33% don't want to use it at all. And then another 33% are somewhere in the middle. And then that leaves you with a 0.5% or whatever else, or 1% of another group. But in all seriousness, I think you have to motivate others that may be not compelled to want to get in this kind of work to talk about how this is so important. I mean, this really is going to be the future. And I think, again, leveraging small steps, whether it's, meetings in your own community, identifying key stakeholders, things that AI could probably help you to do and identify pretty easily, are great steps. And I think, as I talked about at the beginning, I'm always focused on how you can tie things back to your local community, because I think that's the most accessible way to do things. And I think that is a very, easy approach, easier than other, large national, international approaches can be. And I think that's how you kind of develop this framework and move it into the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shen. I think motivating others in a very rightful way will be the key factor over here in order that you create a rightful guideline for each and everyone. Thank you very much, sir. And next, moving to Dr. Tommaso. Well, sir, what steps do you think that we can empower young people to use AI in the ways to strengthen communities in human dignity?
Well, in those days, I had the opportunity to cooperate with UNESCO with the project Arts for 2030. And one of these projects is about empower the youth. Empower the youth through narrative storytelling, as you just mentioned. And the idea is, of course, use AI, but in which way? AI is just an extension of what you can do, but you really be aware, again, of situation, context. That's why I always push students from any age, because I have students from 15, in this case, to 40. So it's quite broad, and the range from Europe to US to Asia. So the idea is, again, to understand what AI can do, what you can do for yourself first, and then how you can translate your own passion, your need to people next to you, your community. Look at people around you before you go into the other side of the world to say, I want to save the world. Fantastic. Then what is the first step? First step is always looking around. You can browse what is the problem. You can ask ChatGPT. But if you don't look with your eyes, it's hard to go deep. So first step is really open the window, go out of your room, of your screen for a moment, and see what are the reality. And then you can compare what AI say and what your eyes see. And then start to do this comparison. And then with help of all these tools, I always push students to use a range of tools, and can be interview, can be talk with AI, simulate the voice, clone your voice, whatever is you're comfortable, or you can paint. You close down all your tool and try to be analogic for 24 hours. So 24 hours is long, but at least for 1 hour, okay? That's give you an idea of what you can do before acting. Because sometimes we just, without thinking, use already AI or any other tool as an extension of ourselves, but without thinking is not us, Step back, and I do the similar when I do some training with the company. I ask to everybody to put off any digital device. And you see the face of CEO or vice versa. When I ask, okay, even your watch, why you need your watch, digital watch for 30 minutes? You are in a meeting, nobody will call you. So take a break, and then the idea is be with yourself for a moment, okay? Reset yourself for a second. First, you need to reset, because without watch, people almost die nowadays, but then they say, thank you. I never realized I can survive 30 minutes or 1 hour without my mobile phone. So we need to step back for a second. What happens if we run out of energy, whether it's green or whatever you want to do? So how you find yourself? Because again, we cannot go forward without being aware where we live and who we are, and then we move forward. Again, now we have AI, but AI is not new. It's 50 years old. And now all this marketing and new technology is not new. It's new the way we approach it, maybe some of us. Again, then we need to listen how others are approaching, and the voice of others maybe help even ourselves to make a different step, at least understand a different approach. That's the best we can do, connect the dots, our voice with other voice, and then we can advance. That's what I try to achieve. Thank you.
Dr. Tomaso, very, very excellent, I would say, because this, you're talking in terms of humanity, because this is something that is very much lacking outside there. And just to share with you all a very short story that I came across recently, I had to guide a couple of students, to go for a university interview. And then what I did was I just checked with a couple of lecturers from the university itself to ask them, what are you looking forward from the students to answer their questions? Do you all know what they told me? Very simple. Please tell the students not to use ChatGPT to get informations, because in our interviews nowadays we are finding similar answers, similar opinion. Why do you want to do course A? Everybody gives the same answer. You know, nobody is giving in their perspective, why do I want to be an engineer? Why do I want to be a doctor? It is the same ChatGPT answers relating to Dr. Tomaso, what you have said. This is where I think we are losing the human reality on what is outside there, and we are just looking at the technology. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, I would like to open the floor for the Q&A session. So come on, hands up, please. Are you ready with the questions? We just have very few minutes, and let's make it very short, straight to the point, so that the panelists will get to answer you easily. Come, all ready? Come, brother, can I have you, please?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So my name is Innocent. I'm from Nigeria, a delegate. And speaking of AI, mine is about AI and age consciousness. Now, a couple of times I tried to make use of the ChatGPT and the Meta AI, and then it tried to tell me to indicate my age, right? Which means that as a minor, I might not have access to the AI, right? But as a minor at the same time, I might as well lie to the AI that I'm above a certain age requirement, and as such have access to the AI. So my question is, what can we do as corporate societies to mitigate this particular factor of AI and age consciousness? Thank you.
Okay, anyone who would love to answer to that question? Okay, Ms. Jennifer.
So thank you very much. It's a topic that I'm also very, very interested in because I have small children. And the reality is that the models are progressing really rapidly. As Dr. Tomaso was mentioning, yes, there's important to be analog because AI has existed and it's just a way to enhance, but it's, in my opinion, I humbly disagree. I think the way that it's changing right now, and because you have a product, right, ChatGPT, whatever in your country, it is a very standalone. It is right now you have free and you have the subscription models. They're starting to create models that are much more powerful than the existing models that they're going to start letting go for free. Okay? And so that's definitely coming. How each country decides to develop the policies and the ethical frameworks of who gets access to this is still pretty much unknown. I think every country is trying to figure it out. But the most important piece for us, if you think about as policymakers, is how do we start creating, I would say, healthy behaviors around the utilization of the foundational models at a very young age, right? So for young age, I think it's important that they utilize AI. I'm not saying that they use it 100% to replace their cognitive abilities. As educators, as business leaders, as politicians, our job is to figure out how we start teaching the younger generations and youth how to coexist with these models, right? It's not only about the access, it's about the understanding. MIT actually released, I think it was about 2 months ago, a relationship between the utilization of ChatGPT and the decline in cognitive ability, right? And that was scary. You're like, oh, okay, am I becoming stupider? What's happening here? That's the question. And I think what's really critical is that we have to take a step back and start thinking about what makes us human. How do we want these younger kids to understand information? How do we want them to be able to develop information? I think that's really critical. And I think for a lot of countries, and I believe Europe is in a little bit of a disadvantage. Yes, I know there's protectionists. They're protecting a lot of access. I don't think that's the right way to go, because what's happening is that they're putting them way behind. And as you know, there's a bigger super race happening around AI, both in East and West. And I think that is really going to define how each country establishes the right policies for utilization of artificial intelligence for knowledge. But they can't stop it. So I don't have an answer for you, but I do have maybe an opportunity for you to think about how within your country would be important to start teaching the younger generations on utilizing superintelligence for knowledge. And I think these frameworks haven't been developed yet.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jennifer. That was a wonderful answer. And can we go on with the next question? Yes, sir.
Hi, Christian from Malaysia. I like the topic of the topic that was discussed, juxtaposing human rights with sustainable development. So you see with AI, especially like generative AI, there's a lot of fallbacks. For example, with deepfake AIs, AIs being used for war propaganda. You see even the UNESCO coming out with statements saying that AI is causing a rise in anti-Semitism and Holocaust denials. And a lot of countries choose to shy away from the use of AI. Like in Thailand, I can't even open ChatGPT now. So do you think globally there should be a protocol, convention, or a standard that can be set? And if yes, what standard can that be so that other countries can then adapt and can push forward the use of AI sustainably, and especially with regards to dignity and human rights? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shen. You want to go ahead?
Yeah, well, you know, it's interesting. I think even in the last couple months, the acceleration of this AI technologies you've talked about, where you can now get on X or Facebook or any number of platforms and see, you know, pictures and videos that look so real, it is concerning and it's scary. And the number of times I've been sent stuff that's just not true, but it looks believable at first glance, I think is very, very concerning. And I think then, you know, it's a very long-winded answer to your question. I think that you know, having this idea that, you know, governments should go in and regulate what's happening, I think that's always something that is very tricky to navigate, especially on a global scale. I don't think that would be easy to pull off by any means. And so then I think it goes back, as we talked about at the beginning of the discussion, you know, some of these, you know, big tech organizations, as well as, you know, country by country, is a starting point, playing a bigger role in being able to monitor some of these things. Because as much as, again, you know, my personal belief, it is something of a, you know, ability to have free speech and articulate what you want. If you're disseminating information that is, you know, outwardly false, that is then leading to the spread of just, you know, disinformation and misinformation that impacts people, impacts world events, impacts different things in a negative way, I think that's very scary. And I don't know, has anybody seen the latest Mission Impossible movie with Tom Cruise by any chance? That is the full scope of the movie, talking about stuff like that. And unfortunately, as exciting it is to see Tom Cruise jump out of a plane or something, I think that that is a challenge of AI disinformation across the world that we have yet to really figure out, and we're going to have to continue to deal with.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sen. That's a wonderful answer to the question as well. Ladies, gentlemen, my friends, my wonderful friends, that's the opportunity that we have for today evening. And I think, let me just sum up before we end. I think we have wonderful points here that we can take back. I just want to make sure that all of you all can take back wonderful points with regards to AI for good, right? From our wonderful panelists over here, these are the points that we gathered. Take ownership using the artificial intelligence. Make AI to favor you. That means when you're using, just ensure that you ask yourself, is it favoring me? Or is it wasting my time? All right, do not harm, meaning to say, as what I've just mentioned earlier by the panelists, right, it's not causing you an harm or probably wasting your time, or in so many other factors, which I'm very sure that you'll be able to decide better. How AI can make you much more wiser is another question to ask yourself. Basically, in these particular few things, what I can see is we have to use it with a very huge responsibility. Right? Doesn't mean that we are young. The moment I feel the gadget is in your hand, you need your guideline to be very, very responsible. It doesn't mean that you're riding a motorbike or a car on the road. You have to be responsible. But nowadays, just with a gadget, I think you really need to be very, very responsible, because it can really bring you good, or the other way around. I do not want to mention what is the other way around. You guys know better. Moving to the next, motivate others as well on the guidelines. And then wonderful insight by Dr. Tumai. So look out at the reality. I feel this is something that every one of us are lacking. open the window, look out at your reality. There's so much of wonderful life experiences that we can experience outside instead of just being on the gadget. I see this on my day-to-day process where sometimes I just feel that we have to go beyond. All right, ladies, gentlemen, and my dear friends, in conclusion, let us be a wonderful human in this world. All right, not just depending on the technology, but we want to bring a rightful change in all the human values in us, practice the right values so that we can be humans guiding through the wonderful people in this world. Ladies, gentlemen, my dear friends, once again, thank you very much to all of you, and thank you very much for all our wonderful speakers in front of here. Though we had a very short time, but I think we had a wonderful insights by all of you all with all this conclusion. Thank you very much. Please give everyone a very, very big hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, and this exceptional panel for guiding us through the evolving landscape of artificial intelligence. Now, we do have the token of appreciation. May I request Mr. Rahul KC and Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu to honor our panelists with a token of appreciation. I request our panelists to come forward for the token of appreciation. Mr. Rahul KC and Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu on the stage, please. Oh, send reflection sign. No, no, no. I know we need to wind up. Time sign. Thank you so much, Mr. Sean Richard, Global Goals Ambassador, United Nations Association of the United States, Mr. Des Teisho, Government Affairs Director for Microsoft Thailand and Vietnam, Jennifer Villalobos, Chief Digitalization Business Officer, Assets World Corporation, Mr. Nuthapon Rathi, Head of Experimentation, UNDP Thailand, and Dr. Tommaso Maggio, Education Specialist and Cultural Wellness Advisor. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, as the lights dim on day one of the 5th International Youth Forum, I want you to pause and feel this moment. Last year, in this very building, we planted a dream, we planted the seeds, and that ideas that challenged us, commitment that inspired us, and connection that transcended borders. Today, those seeds have begun to grow from the powerful addresses of our leaders and ambassadors to the passionate exchange in our panels. We have seen proof that the voice of youth is no longer a whisper, it is a force. But let's be honest, we are halfway to 2030 and the SDG clock is not slowing down for anyone. The world is asking, will this generation be the one to deliver? Our answer must be not someday, not eventually, but now. When you leave this hall tonight, carry the energy of every story you have heard, every idea you have shared, and every hand you have shaken. Tomorrow, we don't just continue the conversation, we raise it to the roar, because if not us, then who? If not now, then when? And finally, a quick reminder, we meet here again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. sharp to begin day 2. Rest well, dream boldly, and come back ready to change the world. Namaste, Swadikha. Have a good evening. Thank you.